Good evening. I would like to welcome everybody to the July 14th, 2021 meeting of the Ascension Parish Planning Commission. All members, with the exception of Ms. Hutchins, are present tonight. Mr. Hodgkins has resigned from the commission as of a couple weeks ago. That was due to a circumstance that he no longer lives in the parish and therefore is no longer eligible to serve. I would ask everyone to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, before we get started, as a general announcement tonight, we were scheduled for a zoning commission meeting tonight and a joint meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Both those meetings are canceled. There was a notification problem with both issues on each agenda, so those meetings will be canceled and notices will go out so they can be for next month. So if you're here for a zoning meeting or the joint Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, you're welcome to stay, but it's just the Planning Commission. Yes, just the planning agenda. All right, can we get staff introductions, please?
Stacy Webb, Planning Secretary.
Spencer Long, Parish Attorney.
Jerome Fournier, Director of Planning and Development.
Sean Chereau, Engineering Review Agency.
Eric Poche, Senior Planner.
Ricky Compton, Director of Planning and Facility Management.
All right. Next item on the agenda is the chairman's comments, and tonight I do have a brief comment. I've been very distraught about the vitriol that I've seen at recent public hearings. This is a public hearing. We have several items on the agenda. Everybody will have a right to speak within the parameters that are set forth. But I am going to give fair notice that we are going to conduct this meeting in order and decorum. That means you may not like what somebody else is saying, and you may not agree with their opinion, but they're going to respect you when you're up giving your opinion, and you should respect them. And if you get out of order and break decorum, then we will have the sheriff's deputies remove you, and you will lose your right to be here. That is for the safety of the people here, not only in attendance, but the safety of all the people working as well, in addition to the commission. So please conduct yourself with all proper respect and decorum for this meeting. Moving on, item number 6 is a public comment on any agenda item. As I said, we have several public hearings scheduled for tonight. If you would like to speak on something that is not scheduled for a public hearing, you may come up now. Ms. Stacy, is anyone signed up to speak during this time?
Yes, Sonny Edwards.
Mr. Edwards.
Good afternoon. There is something in the main code of your planning and zoning code. It says, to sum it all up, it simply says, encourage development only where the infrastructure can handle it. Right now, our infrastructure can't handle it anymore. It's done. It's over that. So I don't know how much of this code that you asked me to read, or I'll read most of it. It says, the principle, the main growth is to encourage growth only in areas of the parish which can support it with adequate soils, drainage, and physical infrastructure. That right there says it all. We don't have the infrastructure for any more planning or zoning. We have none. Our infrastructure is garbage right now. It really is. Residential and commercial growth requires the infrastructure to support it. In many respects, Ascension Parish is not prepared for growth, which is occurring. Roads are clogged, the drainage systems can easily overload, inadequate sewage disposals creates public health hazards. To help the Parish Council plan basic infrastructure investments, the Planning Commission will manage growth in the parish through land use regulation. That's what the code says. Managed growth encourage public and private development investments to follow the guiding principles of this master plan. Managed growth means that the decisions of the Planning Commission and the Parish Council will be made in concert with the land's natural carrying capacity, the parish's ability to financially support the development through the provisions of infrastructure and related community services and facilities, and desire of the parish residents for additional growth and development. So it does require that we have an input on this. New infrastructure and new public services will be planned in direct relationship to the ability of Ascension Parish to support this growth. My statement is this is not being done according to the land use code. We, the people of Ascension Parish, are becoming a lot smarter, looking up concerns regarding drainage, planning, development codes. We're becoming this way because we cannot trust the planning and zoning committees to uphold the codes that are in place, or the council that sets the ordinances to overlook these certain aspects or codes to produce more tax dollars for the parish at the expense of the people's homes, infrastructure, roadways, schools, traffic, and congestion. We, the people of Ascension Parish, are fed up. This is what the people elected the council to do, and look out for the people of this parish. It's not being done. Y'all have a good day.
Anyone else, Ms. Stacy? All right. No one else has signed up to speak during this time period, so we'll move on to the staff report. Item 7A of the staff report is subdivision status as of July of 2021. Mr. Poche.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, Mr. Fournier has an announcement he'd like to make.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, last month, the Parish Council passed a moratorium that's going to affect the development and the application of subdivision of property for the parish. The moratorium is for 9 months. It begins July 15th, that's tomorrow. And at the effect of the subdivision of property, it affects the subdivision of property and includes major and minor subdivisions, simple divisions, and family partitions, right? It exempts property that is zoned light, medium, and heavy industrial. So we want to keep that those properties are exempt from the moratorium. So that moratorium will be effective tomorrow. We will not be accepting any more applications for the subdivision of property within those categories that I just mentioned for this 9-month period. All right, thank you.
But any pending application or approved application is not affected by that, is that correct?
Any complete applications that have been filed with the department prior to tomorrow's date will move forward, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Fournier.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You see in front of you the normal subdivision status report. Any changes are noted with an asterisk. A couple of things of note. Number one, we have no preliminary plats that are pending. And number two, Buzzard Roost first filing, which you heard an appeal for last month. It's on the agenda tonight for exploration of preliminary plat due to lack of submission of construction documents. If anybody has any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Will Buzzard Roost be automatically revoked unless we extend it?
Yes.
All right. And that's on the agenda for right now, so I don't see it later. So does anyone want to make a motion regarding Buzzard Roost that would prevent its revocation? Does anybody have any questions under 7A for the subdivision status? Moving on to 7B, we just heard about Buzzard Roost. Does anybody have a motion to prevent its revocation, the preliminary plat revocation?
Mr. Chairman, we have a speaker representing the Buzzard Roost property owner who would like to speak.
Okay.
Right.
Who is that? Come forward. Oh, Mr. Murphy, come forward, see.
Applicant for Buzzard Roost. We do want to, we do want it to go away. The stipulations and the approval that was put on this project was detrimental to the project itself. We're going to be coming back with something different. We're looking at perhaps a different type of layout or different use, such as a solar farm or different things like that for this type of zoning, being industrial type zoning. We've been working with the parish administration for a while for corridors and different things for perhaps maybe a interchange or so forth on Cornerview. So this is part of a larger plan development for this entire region. So we are okay with this rescission tonight, and we'll be back before y'all at some point with something different. So we ask tonight to allow this to move forward, be rescinded, and we had asked for certain waivers in that approval that did not grant, and it just made it erroneous for us to be able to move forward with that plan. So thank you.
All right. I assume no one has a motion. Speak now, forever hold your peace. That being said, it will expire. Item number 8 is the engineering staff report.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, say that again?
Engineering staff report?
There's
Staff.
no report this evening. I'm sorry.
All right, and item number 9 is a motion to approve or deny the minutes and written decisions of the June 9th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Motion by Mr. Chasson, second by Mr. Dumas. All in favor? You can just voice vote on this. And any in opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. Item number 10 is the consent agenda. 10A is an affidavit of mortgage declaration for Felicia Bobuff Burke, Lot A, 13029 KC Road in Gonzales. Item 10B is an affidavit of mortgage declaration for Furnace and Tube Service, Inc., Lot 1, and an unnamed tract, 13130 Highway 44, Gonzales. Item number 10C is affidavit of mortgage declaration for John V. McGrew and Gina L. Duplessis, 2.376 acres at 18106 Muddy Creek Road in Prairieville. Item number 10D is a final plat approval for Forest Woods Subdivision from Quality Engineering and Surveying LLC, Council District 3. And item number 10E is a final plat approval for Jamestown Crossing First Filing, Quality Engineering and Surveying LLC, Council District 7. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda? Motion by Mr. Dumas, second by Mr. Furman. All in favor? Any in opposition? Hearing none, motion passes. All right, number 11. 11A is a public hearing to approve or deny the following family partitions. We have several. 10A, Riverside East Subdivision, Lots 6A and 6B. Richard Krebs and Associates. Is anyone here to speak on that?
And it's just going to be separated into 2 lots of 1 acre and 1.93 acres. There's not much to it. I plan on moving over there. It's going to be a single-family residence.
Staff?
Yes, sir. All comments on the plat have been addressed, and the petition meets the code.
All right. We'll open a public hearing on this. Ms. Stacy, has anyone signed up to speak on this matter? We will close the public hearing on this. Motion to approve by Mr. Varnado, second by Mr. Furman. All right, your things are open to vote. Make it easy. You got to go over there. All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 10B is a George Babin Jr. property, tracks A, B, and C, Alvin Fairburn and Associates, Council District 6. Anybody here to speak on that? Staff?
The map has been revised to reflect the comments, and the subdivision does meet the code.
All right, we'll open a public hearing on this. Ms. Stacy, anyone signed up? Close the public hearing. Do I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Chasson. Don't start voting yet. Second by Mr. Dumas. All in favor, cast your votes now. All right, motion carries. Item number 11C is the Judith Watson Properties, lots 3A, 1A, 3A, 1B, and 3A, 1C, Quality Engineering and Surveying, and this is in Council District 5. Mr. Murphy?
Yes, sir, this is a family partition. We've met all comments, and we're here to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Staff?
Yes, sir, they've addressed all the comments, and the subdivision does meet the code.
Public hearing on this. Ms. Stacy? Close the public hearing. Motion? Motion approved by Mr. Varnado, second by Mr. Chasson. All in favor, or just vote? Motion carries. 10D is Lily B. Moore's property, lots 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D, BM Aguilar and Associates, Council District 9.
My name's Brian Aguilar with BM Aguilar and Associates, and here presenting this map for the Lily B. Morse family. They have lived out here for some time, and this her children actually live behind there in the other structures you see on the land. We're simply trying to bring it into compliance, and she's going to donate or convey this property to her children as shown on the plat.
All right, staff?
All comments have been addressed, and subdivision meets the code.
All right, we'll open a public hearing on this. Ms. Stacy? Close the public hearing. Motion by Mr. Dumas, second by Mr. Chasson. Should be able to vote. Oh, no. All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 10E is the Charles Brown property, lots 7B1A1 and 7B1A2. Mr. Falgood, Earls and Associates. This is in Council District 5.
Yes, James Frago, representing the Bowen family and the following family partition. This plat was approved, I believe, mid last year, and we ran out of time, so we're just resubmitting it for approval.
Staff?
Yes, sir, there were no comments on it. It does meet the code.
We will open a public hearing. Ms. Stacy?
Yes. Stacy Palmer.
Ms. Palmer?
I'm not sure how this got this far, because this office has been aware since 2016 that this is in a legal dispute, and it's owned by me legally, and it's being undone currently. And evictions have been processed and so forth. I also spoke to Spencer Long this afternoon, and he advised me to let you know that I have a motion to cancel judgment of possession with the judge's signature.
Has the motion been signed? I mean, is it a motion that is set for a hearing, or is there actually?
No, it's been signed.
So the judgment of possession that the purported landowner has is no longer valid?
Correct. They never were. It never was, but I had to undo what's been done. And it's still in a pending legal, which nothing should be happening while it's in legal status.
Can we get a legal opinion on this?
The parish is not we don't do title searches on anybody, but I think if they're presenting evidence that there's a question of ownership and she has a court document, I think legal would need to review that maybe before going forward with approving this partition.
Do you know the name of what's the lawsuit titled?
17438 is the docket number.
17438, what
Stacy
division?
Brown Palmer versus Charles Lee Brown Sr. succession.
Okay. And what division is that pending in front of? Who's your judge?
I don't see on here. I don't have it on this document. Let me see.
It should be a letter.
Yeah, I know, but it
A,
doesn't
B,
have,
C,
it doesn't,
D.
I know that. It doesn't have it on any of them, actually.
Do you have a copy of the lawsuit?
I have all of it. I have my executor also.
Okay.
I have a lot of stuff that we won't be discussing probably tonight unless you want to be here a while.
I mean, I'm kind of hesitant to do anything on this property if there's a litigated dispute right now concerning ownership and possession.
And these people, the Vaughns, are aware and have been aware since they supposedly bought the property, but they've chose to go against me instead of work with me to get it settled.
Okay.
She also threatened to shoot me in the Justice of the Peace office last week. Just adding that. So if she shows up, just letting everybody know.
Well, yeah. You got a motion?
Can we make a motion to defer? Yeah.
We will defer it pending, based on the developer's request to deferral. Do I have a motion on that? Motion by Mr. Chasson to defer, second by Mr. Dumas. We'll start the vote. Oh. Okay. All right, the motion to defer is met with 4 yeas and 1 nay, so the motion carries. This will be deferred, and I would suggest, Mr. Falgout, get them straightened out before you come back for this. It puts us in a tough position. Thank you, ma'am. All right, next property is this is 11F, the Thad Denham property, lots Z1A and Z1, or through Z1F. Mr. Falgout.
Yeah, representing the following partitions was submitted last year. One revision from last year, we ran out of time, but also we moved this further to the east to actually cover the asphalted road that's in place now.
Okay. All right, staff.
There were no comments on the map, and it does meet the code.
All right, we'll open a public hearing on this. Ms. Stacy, has anyone signed up to speak?
No.
We'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to reapprove it.
Motion by Mr. Dumas.
Just make sure Dustin knows now, we don't want to see any for sale signs.
What's that?
We don't want to see any for sale signs.
I can't hear you.
He doesn't want to see any for sale signs. All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? By Mr. Furman. All right. The voting's open to vote. All right, we got 4-0, so the motion carries.
Thank you.
Next one is 11G, the Lonnie Diaz property, lots Z2A1A, Z2A1B, and Z2A1C. Mr. Falgout.
Yes, representing Mr. Lonnie Diaz on the following family partition, asking the commission for approval.
Staff?
Yes, sir, there were no comments on the map, and it does meet the code.
All right, we'll open a public hearing on this. Ms. Stacy?
No, none.
We'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Furman, second by Mr. Dumas. Votes are open. All right, it's 5-0. Vote passes. Item number 11H is the Steve Jofrion property, lots 1 through 6, Earls and Associates.
Representing Mr. Steve Joffre on the following family partition. I don't believe any comments were made. Asking the commission for approval.
Staff?
And there were no comments on the map, and it does meet the code.
All right, we'll open a public hearing. Ms. Stacy?
None.
Close the public hearing. Motion by Mr. Chasson, second by Mr. Furman. Votes are open.
Thank you.
All right, motion carries. Next one, 11I, Muddy Creek Acres, lots 4C1 through 4C2. Mr. Falgout?
Yep, representing Mr. Aaron Woods on the following family partition, asking the commission for approval.
Staff?
Yes, sir. There were no comments on the map. The only difference is he's asking for a 20-foot private servitude of passage. There's a 10-foot sewer servitude on the northern portion of the property, and he's got a 12-foot utility servitude adjacent to the requested 20-foot private servitude of passage because of the amount of room that he has.
There would never be more than one lot back there, so 20 foot was
But it does
sufficient
meet,
enough.
I mean, it meets the code other than, the waiver for the width of the servitude of passage.
We'll open a public hearing on this. Ms. Stacy?
No, they just had two that did not wish to speak.
Two against?
Yeah.
That do not wish to speak? All right, so noted for the record. Do we have questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was not for that one.
We're on Muddy Creek.
Yeah, that's not for that one.
Okay. Go back. We'll reopen the public hearing. Anyone on Muddy Creek?
None.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
we'll close that one then. No opposition to Muddy Creek. Motion and/or questions?
I got a question. Just a quick question to staff. You need not just your approval, but you need the waiver for the width as well, don't you?
Yes, to allow the minimum, the reduction in width of the required 30-foot servitude of passage, yes.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve with the waiver.
All right, motion by Mr. Dumas, second by Mr. Varnado. Votes are open. Motion carries unanimously. 11J is the Brent Schexnayder property, lots 1A, 3A1, and 1A, 3A2. Mr.
Representing Mr. Schexnayder on the following family partition, asking the commission for approval.
Staff.
Yes, sir, all comments have been revised, and it does meet the code.
Ms. Stacy, public hearing? These are none? This isn't the two either? Okay. Questions, comments, or motion? Motion by Mr. Furman, second by Mr. Chasson. Voting's open. Vote passes unanimously. 11K is the Billy Strother property, which was removed prior to the meeting tonight. Item 11L is the Webb Estates, lots 4 and 5. Mr. Falgout.
Yes, representing the Purdue family on the following family partition, asking the commission for approval.
Staff.
Yes, sir, all comments have been addressed, and it meets the code.
All right, we'll open a public hearing on this. Ms. Stacy? Nobody has signed up to speak. We'll close the public hearing. Motion? Motion by Mr. Dumas, second by Mr. Furman. Votes are open. Motion carries. 11M is a Willard and Lucille Dunnigan property, lots 4F3A, 4F3B, and 4F3C. Ms. Jackson, McGlynn Taylor, without the matching face mask tonight.
Oh, I have it.
You're fine. But I love your fashion sense.
Ellen Jackson with McLean Taylor Incorporated, asking for your approval.
All right, staff?
Yes, sir, there were no comments, and the subdivision does meet the code.
All right, we'll open a public hearing on this, Ms. Stacy. We'll close the public hearing. Motion? By Mr. Furman, second. By Mr. Chasson, who already voted. Voting's open, please. All right, motion carries. And finally, 11N, the Albert Howard property, lots EH2C1 and EH2C, through EH2C6. Ms. Jackson.
Asking for your approval.
Yes, ma'am. Staff?
Yes, sir, all comments have been addressed, and the subdivision does meet the code.
All right, we'll open a public hearing on this, Ms. Stacy.
2 opposed, not speaking.
All right, there are 2 people who are opposed that do not wish to speak. It'll be noted for the record. Do I have a motion?
Move.
Motion by Mr. Dumas, second by Mr. Chasson. Voting is open. And the motion carries. All right.
Thank you.
Item number 12. Okay. I got you. Okay. Item number 12 is a public hearing to approve or deny the following preliminary plats. 12A, the DeLawn Estates, first, second, and third filings, Quality Engineering and Surveying LLC. We will not be hearing from Mr. Murphy, or I don't know if we will or not.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Honorable Commission. My name's Jeff Shane. I'm with the Jones Fussell Law Firm in Covington. I'll be representing the DeLawn family and Lynn Levy Land Company this evening with regard to this preliminary plat review as it relates to DeLawn Estates. Mr. Chair, since I have not appeared before you, Commission, do I understand there'll be a 10-minute time slot?
You really don't have a necessary time slot for your presentation, but I think all of us would appreciate 10 minutes or less.
Yes, sir. I've been told that before, and I understand it. I just thought I wanted, will there also be any opportunity for rebuttal?
After the public comment section, yes, I will let you address some of the issues, and
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sure there may be some questions.
I appreciate those rules before we get started. So this evening, I would like to tell you a story, most of which is an old story in that this commission has heard about Delon Estates before, and as it relates to preliminary plat approval. But I also have a new story to convey to you this evening, because there's some things that have occurred since the last time you heard about Delon Estates that I hope will create an opportunity for you to examine whether or not all the requirements of your policy and your ordinance have been met, as we believe that you should grant preliminary plat approval this evening. I don't want to waste a lot of time with regard to the specifics of the subdivision, but I think there are certain things that are critical. You know where it is, and you know what it's about, but it's 237 lots on 86 acres, obviously on the west side of 73. In particular, I would like to make some comments with regard to the report of the ERA, CSRS, Mr. Sherrow, dated July 6th, and I assume those comments are in your packet. But let the record reflect that as it relates to the comments made by the ERA with regard to the preliminary plat, there were 5 items, and there's a confirmation that the consultant or developer will address all of these items. We're in full agreement and will perform them. With regard to the drainage study, there were 11 comments, and again, the staff report suggests and we confirm that each and every one of those comments will be addressed. The developer is in full agreement. With regard to the sewer discussions of the past, although the staff report confirms that those matters have been resolved, let it be stated that we understand that the community treatment system that we put in initially will have to meet all necessary federal, state, and local standards, and that is our full intention to tie into the public system, which is already has a trunk line in Highway 73, when that capacity becomes available. On page 2 of the report, I would like to read specifically that the ERA has told you, and I quote, "The drainage impact study substantially conforms to the requirements of the drainage impact study policy included in the subdivision regulations." I would also like to point to your attention the conclusion with regard to traffic, and that conclusion reads in pertinent part, "There are multiple approaches in the existing condition that operate at a level of service lower than a D. The mitigation measures to get all movements to level of service D or higher and are to maintain level of service between build and no build scenarios are timing changes that would have to be approved and implemented by DOTD." So at this point, I'm suggesting to you there's a strong statement from your ERA of compliance subject to the possibility of timing adjustments approved by DOTD.
Has DOTD given an indication that they are going to approve those timing
Yes, sir.
adjustments to the light at White Road, Duplessis Road, and 73?
Yes, sir, and I'm going to quote specifically in that regard. So the report concludes by saying that DOTD has stated that they would make necessary timing changes, I'm sure, as needed and to optimize the traffic signals, and that they do not feel that the proposed development will overburden the roadway. In specific response to your question, Mr. Chair,
I'm going to remind you that we're going to act with proper dignity. You may not like it, but we're not going to be rude. Go ahead, sir.
In specific response to your question, Mr. Christopher J. Ewing, by email in April, directed to the president of your parish council, sent an email, and in particular, I will read paragraph 1. I quote, "I have no objections to the development and do not think that the added traffic will degrade the capacity of LA 73 to anything we can't handle with some timing modifications," end quote. In the second paragraph, he goes on to say that those changes, and I quote, "we can easily accommodate for that with the timing." And the rest of the discussion in that email confirms that optimization of the signalization by timing adjustments is both possible and it's something that LADOTD says that it can do and presumably will do if requested. I'd like to speak about the traffic impact analysis policy for Ascension Parish, because I suspect that an issue of discussion this evening may be what is the standard when we're talking about acceptable levels of service. Please understand that the scope of the traffic study for this project included 3 signalized intersections on Highway 73 and also the 2 driveway connections, one on 73, one on White Road, that are proposed for the development. And if you look, I don't know if you have the policy before you, but if not, I will read in pertinent part what I believe the standard to be, and that is on page 5, section 8, entitled Capacity Analysis. The objective of the applicant shall be to maintain or improve the existing level of service. That is, to maintain or improve. And overall, and I emphasize, overall, level of service D shall be considered acceptable. Furthermore, if you look at the references cited in the Ascension Parish Traffic Impact Analysis Policy, it refers to other publications and other policies in the region. In particular, it refers to the St. Tammany Parish policy, which interestingly enjoys the same language that your policy has. But I'm not suggesting that just because the policy in St. Tammany is the same as yours as it relates to suggesting that we look at the overall performance of an intersection. I think more importantly, we have to look at what the Highway Capacity Manual, Special Report 209, says in that regard, because your policy refers specifically to the Highway Capacity Manual. And it clearly says, I quote, that the average delay per vehicle for the intersection as a whole. And I would suggest to you that, again, the term intersection as a whole is tantamount to the overall adjective that is used in your particular policy. I've handed out to you this evening an April 7 memorandum generated by our consulting engineer, Quality Engineering and Surveying, that is authored by Ms. Rebecca Lala, who's with me this evening. She's not only a traffic engineer, but she's a PTOE, which is a national certification as it relates to being able to study and opine on traffic standards. And I think it's important that she has pointed out some things in that April 7 memorandum, and I assume that you may have copies of that in your packet. But in particular, I would emphasize that as a matter of common traffic engineering practice, based on the policy of Ascension Parish, as well as the Highway Capacity Manual, the overall level of service for a signalized intersection is defined in terms of the weighted average control delay for the entire intersection. So if we have Highway 73 going in 2 directions, north-south, and we have Post Office or Aliceboro or whatever the connecting streets are, we don't have to be overly concerned with the level of service by each connecting drive. What your policy directs the standard to be is to examine the overall performance of that intersection. And does it meet level of service D or greater? Now, if you will look in the last 3 pages of the handout that I gave you this evening, which is in fact that April 7 memorandum, there's a reason I want you to look at the last 3 pages, because at that point, you now have the benefit of new traffic counts that were done in November of 2020. What is the relevance of the new traffic counts? And that's why in my opening remarks I suggested that we bring something new to the table. When this case came before you before, it was based on a traffic study that was built on assumptions. And typically traffic studies are built on assumptions because the project hasn't been constructed and all of the changes in the environment may not be in place that will ultimately affect traffic. So the elephant in the room heretofore, when you looked at this project, was the widening of I-10 and what impact it might have, particularly at 621 and 73, as it relates to flows, efficiency, and safety. So we came back after those 2 lanes were opened on I-10, did new traffic counts, submitted those to the proper authorities, had them studied, and if you look at the hot yellow columns, the far right columns on the last 3 pages, please notice that every intersection that the scope required to be studied indicates that the overall level of service is not only D, in most cases it's B's and C's, with no failing intersection mark. The significance of that is that this time around, we're not making an educated guess. We're not working on assumptions. We know what the impacts are. The counts have been taken. The study has been generated. The staff and the ERA have reviewed it and have indicated that this study meets the requirements of the law, and if timing adjustments are needed to optimize signalization, DOTD has indicated that it concurs that those adjustments would in fact take care of perceived problems at those intersections. Please note that the scope of study for this project does not include a study of Highway 73 as a roadway. And I am not being facetious when I say that. I know exactly where this project is, and although I haven't been here nearly as many times as all of you that live here, I know about the problems on 73. I've driven through them. I've tried to experience it. My point is that the scope of the traffic study is determined by staff, by LADOTD, and it provided that we study 3 intersections, 3 signalized intersections. If you studied the entire roadway, you would have to take into account the possibility of adding additional lanes, additional shoulders, additional turning movements, things that go far beyond the ability of a developer who doesn't have the right to expropriate property, and certainly the economics that would be involved. So I'm not suggesting I don't understand the problems that are there today for Highway 73. And I understand that the construction or the development of Delon Estates certainly only adds cars to the mix, and not just a few. It's 237 lots. But as a planning commission, there is a science that, in my view, with all due respect, is required of you, in that it's not a question of what I think or perhaps others think. It's a question of what did the traffic study indicate, and does it meet the requirements of your ordinance? And if it does, which I think I have suggested to you this evening, I believe it's very appropriate for you to grant preliminary plat approval this evening. In summary, let me say very simply, if the main issue as it relates to preliminary plat consideration for Delon Estates is traffic, I believe that you have to first understand your policy. What does it require? What is the standard? What did the study say? And how did staff and the ERA comment in that regard? And was it validated and confirmed by LADOTD? I would like to think that I have provided you the information this evening to check each one of those boxes. And if that's the case, we respectfully request that you grant preliminary plat approval. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, if I may start?
Yes.
Yes. The project before you tonight was considered by the Planning Commission last March. It was denied, and due to procedural rules in the Subdivision Code, it was appealed to the Appeals Board, which is the council sitting as the Appeals Board, right? It was in fact denied there. And right now, they're going under Subdivision Code 17-4096, which is the resubmittal process. And it allows a project to come back before you if 1 year has been consumed, if it's been over 12 months, or if changes have been made to the original application that address the concerns stated in the Commission's decision to deny the application. So they have been beyond that 12-month period, so they're allowed to come back with the same project.
And as I recall, the concerns last year was the White/Duplessis Road and Highway 73 interchange. While the level of service overall was acceptable, there were certain arteries into that did not meet the requisite level of service, correct?
That's correct.
And those remedies, it sounds like, can be addressed and resolved with optimization timing by DOTD.
That's correct. Now, I can let Mr. Shiro address that a little bit further. Okay.
Yeah, if you would, Mr. Shiro, please.
Well, basically, when it comes down to traffic signal, DOTD, they can't go out before a project and adjust the timing. They wait and adjust, because usually one timing impacts the timing of the adjacent intersection. So what DOT has indicated, they independently ran some of the scenarios that Ms. Lala ran. They also felt that is within the reason and the tolerance that they have to be able to adjust timing should all of those traffic timings meet what they're calibrated in those models.
So if the plan passes contingent upon DOTD changing the timing or optimizing the signal, then the issues that were present last year have disappeared.
If your question is, would the signal timings indicate that they would result in overall level of service that it meets the Ascension Parish codes as acceptable, then yes, that's what DOTD has indicated. They have jurisdiction over the signals.
Mr. Chasson.
Yeah, I just have a question about the procedure. You said they're submitted this as a resubmittal under 174096. 174096 says if the Planning Commission denies an application, the applicant has the option of appealing the decision as defined in section 174092 or resubmitting the application, and then it lists the conditions. It's disjunctive. You have the option to do one or the other. They opted to do 174092 appeal procedure, and as I understand it, the lawsuit is that they filed after the appeal was denied is still pending. And 174092.1, which describes the appellate procedure, describes the lawsuit at the district court as part of the appellate procedure. So as I'm reading 4096, they can't come back to a resubmittal unless the lawsuit has been dismissed. Has the lawsuit been dismissed?
I'm going to have to let legal counsel address that.
After some consultation, after they went before the council, that was a final decision by the council. Any suit that was filed afterwards is separate from the Planning Commission procedures, so they would be allowed to come back.
4092.1, appeal hearing procedure. Let's see, where is it?
It's letter G.
G says the action by 2/3 of the vote of the entire Planning Board of Appeals is final. Any further action shall be commenced in the district court. So as I'm reading 4092.1, further action in the district court is part of the appeal procedure. And if the lawsuit is still pending, they're still tied up in the appeal procedure and can't resubmit because 4096 is an or, it's a disjunctive. You can do one or the other. Like you go to Frank's, you get the biscuit or the toast, you don't get both.
Well, yes, that is correct, but it's legal's opinion that the Planning Commission appeal is final once they appeal to the council. Any further action in district court is not part of the Planning Commission's appeal process. So they would be allowed to come back as a new submittal.
Sir, do you want to address that?
I agree, of course, with Mr. Long's opinion, but most importantly, let the record reflect that if preliminary plat approval is granted this evening, the lawsuit will be immediately dismissed. So there will be no conflict.
All right, well, let's open a public hearing on this. Ms. Stacy.
Dale Stafford.
Dale Stafford. Going once.
It said both. Susan Jordan.
Susan Jordan?
Good evening, council members. I'm here tonight to speak against the building of DeLawn Estates and the changes to Windermere. DeLawn Estates, originally called Antebellum Point, was first denied by Planning and Zoning on March 11 in 2020. The Parish Council then tried to override the denial on July 27, but the denial was upheld because they did not have a supermajority. The developer reapplied again on April the 15th of 21, but fortunately our President Quantmall vetoed it on April the 16th of 21. So here we are again with quality engineering making convoluted changes to the traffic impact study to say it will not create more traffic. If you haven't read this study, please read it. You will find the engineer's logic quite laughable. Now remember, quality engineers is paid to do the traffic study by the developer. This is a huge problem. We're supposed to trust that suddenly the traffic will be better on 73 with the addition of 227 homes. To deny DeLawn Estates is really a no-brainer. Back in April of 2021, DeLawn Estates failed the traffic impact study with an LOS of E. The traffic is bumper to bumper on 73 now, and any reasonable person knows that removing just 10 houses from 237 will not raise the level of service enough to pass requirements. If timing the lights will improve traffic on 73 by DOTD, why hasn't this been done before now? This is suspicious and fishy to me. Mr. Shane is assuming that he can average all intersections. Each intersection should be considered individually. And I'm sorry, but the word or means or. In addition, building DeLawn Estates will push water onto surrounding homes which are already flooding from the many other subdivisions that have been built up higher. Windermere was originally planned with 2 entrances as required.
Ma'am, we're not talking about Windermere right now.
Okay, so
if
you
want
want
to
me
talk
to come
about
back?
Windermere, we'll come back when we
Okay,
get to
well,
Windermere.
I would appreciate if you'd put me back in line for Windermere.
If you've
Okay,
signed
let
the
me-
card, you'll get to speak again.
Okay. Ascension Parish has always been known as a great place to live because the people here are good. The schools are excellent. Law enforcement keeps us safe. But the massive influx of people into our parish has caused flooding, overcrowding, and we are in crisis. You, the council members, were voted in to serve us. Listen to the cries of your constituents. Vote no to DeLawn Estates. Thank you.
Tim Babin.
Tim Babin?
Tim Babin. So one of the problems is, as part of our master plan and land use plan, the principles, the guiding principle says that manage growth, encourage growth only in areas of the parish which can support it with adequate soils, drainage, and physical infrastructure. There is not a house in this parish, except for the ones that's been raised up so high, that is not in danger of flooding every time it rains. So here we are, we're building another one. And it's going to flood more because they're going to raise it up, and then the people on the sides, maybe up to a mile away, could see some flooding. You are hurting Ascension Parish residents by continuing to do this. Y'all have continued and continued and continued to put the rubber stamp on all of these developments. And we're going to have to sit here and take it when we have to spend more money for all of the infrastructure like schools, roads. When was this traffic study done? One of my friends said it must have been done at 2 a.m. Okay? That is not, if you go to 73, you don't need a traffic study to know that it can't take this. There's going to be 500 cars coming out of these 230-something, and maybe 700 cars coming out of these 230-something houses. There is just no way we should be taking this on. And we continue to do this. Y'all have rubber stamped it over and over again. We're tired of that because we have friends and family that are flooding. And every time that we have to go and help someone, get them out of their houses, get them out by boats, it's because of new developments. We are overdue to slow this stuff down so we can figure it out. And y'all are not helping. In fact, y'all are hurting us. Y'all are the ones that's doing it. So I think that y'all need to figure out how we can slow this down so that we can take care of our own. Because all y'all doing is hurting. Again, y'all are the ones that's hurting. And y'all are not really answerable to us because we don't vote you in. The people we appoint you. We need for all of y'all to resign if you've been on this board for more than 4 years. Because you've done nothing but cause us problems over and over and over again. It's time to stop it.
Randy Claymont.
I find it funny that this thing's going to be tried to temporarily approve just hours before y'all start your 9-month deal. I also I repeat something I said Monday night. A councilman asked us as a group of citizens to be patient. To be patient. This is going to take a while. This isn't being patient. This is trying to get something in that there's no way traffic's going to be better. No way. I mean, I don't care what type of thing goes on. Y'all all rode at 7 o'clock in the morning, and now even at 12 o'clock, it's hard to get out the church's parking lot. I have to use the red light. Then we have a suicide lane in the middle that people get upset because traffic's not moving, so they get in there and start going. It's just going to add more frustration to it. I think it's time for the planning committee to be patient, the council to be patient, so that we citizens can have something to trust and being patient about. Thank you.
Marcus Bardwell.
Thank you, gentlemen, for an opportunity to speak. My concern is our property is adjacent to where the DeLon Estates is going to be built. My backyard actually backs up to what is the pasture now. Our biggest concern, as much as traffic is a concern, is flooding that is going to be created by building up this property. From the natural flow of the water, it seems like most of it goes toward White Road and then out toward the interstate. And our concern is that if they build this up and we eventually flood, houses that have never flooded before, even in May when we got historic rainfalls, houses in that neighborhood did not flood. Is there going to be any legal recourse that we will have against the developers, against the council, or against the planning commission as far as what we can do to try to protect our livelihoods and our homes and things like that? Is there any way that we'll be able to try to get some type of monetary value to our properties flooding and being worth less through any legal actions? Is there anything that we can do as citizens to be able to do that?
The engineering studies and the law requires that the discharge, post-development, and the rate of discharge, the quantity and the rate be the same as they are currently. So you can laugh at it, but until somebody shows me an engineering study that shows quality, what quality did and what the parish has approved is wrong, that's all I can go with. So that's what the law requires. They've met the law. The independent agency says it meets the legal standard. So that's all I can tell you about the law.
I've seen the most recent outlay of it, and it looks to me like part of their drainage is to flow into our overflow, which could then impact the ability of our neighborhood to be able to flow out through the overflow that we have now. If that is the case, then that obviously is going to create flooding problems for our neighborhood by taking on water from their neighborhood. And that's where I ask for there to be at least some type of legal recourse if or when they decide to build, if it creates flooding for our neighborhood.
If the engineering studies are wrong, then they're wrong, but, I mean, they're blessed by... Okay, I would say it again. If you have an engineering study that says different, by all means, we would consider it, but right now, we have to go with what the experts say.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Pam Alonso.
Yeah, it's just... The engineering studies are wrong, it says here.
You know, I was sitting there, and I think it's interesting when I'm looking at a traffic level D is acceptable. If your kid brought a D home from school, is that acceptable? Can you graduate if you've got a D? Is that acceptable? It's not acceptable to me. I don't think anybody else in this room would think it's acceptable. And DOT uses the word feel. That's what's in the letter. Feel. That's not anything definitive. That doesn't give me a warm, fuzzy feeling, which I think I ought to have if there's 200 and something homes going to be put in a subdivision. What this seems to be focusing on the most tonight is traffic. I haven't heard much of anything from drainage from the developers or whoever this gentleman is he's representing, the owners, developers, whoever it is. I've heard it from people in the audience. But something interesting is when you look at the letter that they have, receiving basin is Bluff Swamp to the west and Bayou Gooding to the east. I believe that's two things that have come up in drainage that we've already got problems with. If they're going to receive into those basins and we've already got problems, what's going to be done about it? I don't see anything about a study of where that's going to go. I think that's an issue. And you can't keep putting the safety of residents and their property at risk. There is a moratorium that takes place tomorrow. I don't think that this commission should be able to shove things this quickly down the throats of its residents and put its property and the safety of its people at risk. Thank you.
Teresa Robert.
Put it to the next one.
Catherine Gobble.
Good evening. The problem that I have with this isn't so much the plan. It's the fact that there's litigation pending. And the actual traffic study that they're going off of wasn't put in the paperwork. Someone tried to get it from the parish and they were told, oh, we can't give that to you because it's under litigation. So if the public can't see the traffic study that we're discussing tonight that's determining that this development will make everything okay, and we can't see it, I hope you saw it, that's a problem. I think Mr. Chasson has a good point. Just on a note, did you know that the Corps of Engineers is in the process of recalculating the charts for rain events because of the recent increase in rainfall? Did you know that? Yeah. And they're in the process of changing the charts right now because they realize that the numbers that are on the charts are too low. And they're not going to have a 25-year event. They might have a 100-year event or more than that because we have had unprecedented flooding in this parish in the last year and a half. There are other safety issues, but the traffic study to me is the problem, the biggest problem, and the litigation. Then the the plan says they're going to put 2 feet, at a minimum, 2 feet of fill to do the subdivision. And the fact is brought up that it's going to drain west to Bluff Swamp. And people still have water around their houses since May 17th from that last rain. The parish does not have the ability to financially pay for all the infrastructure that's necessary for the continued development of homes in this parish. We need the infrastructure. If we keep putting more development and we don't have infrastructure, we don't have money to pay, that's not wise. I would ask that you deny this. The biggest reason is because it's under litigation and the lack of transparency. Thank you.
Ms. Robert, your turn came up, but you were out, so I moved you to next in line.
Thanks. The developer's same preliminary plat, which was called Antebellum Point, was denied by the Commission on March 11, 2020, and rejected on appeal by the Parish Council on July 27th. DeLone Estates sued the Parish Council because of the denial. Last week, I set up a meeting on July 7th for Denise Drago and myself to meet with Planning Director Jerome Fournier to view the information submitted in the public record and to answer some questions we had. He told me we would only have 30 minutes to meet with him. Mr. Fournier informed me that the P&Z agenda and packets would be online Wednesday night. I asked him if the packet would include all information that the planning commissioners would receive to make their decision on this proposal. He said he did not know. If not, I asked how residents could fully participate if we do not have access to all information being considered by the P&Z Commission. He showed no interest in this fact. Within hours, I received a call from Mr. Fournier canceling our meeting because of the lawsuit DeLone Estates had previously filed against the parish. He told me, a parish attorney told him he could not meet with citizens. When I asked him which parish attorney gave him this advice, he said he could not tell me. Needless to say, I was shocked. What do we know was missing in the P&Z packet online? We're not sure about everything, but the actual November 2020 traffic study used to manipulate the numbers and readjust the original traffic impact statement and correspondence between staff and representatives for DOTD.
What evidence do you have that the numbers were manipulated by the traffic engineers?
I will tell you, when you can go out there any day of the week, and part of my presentation is, and you know this because you have a recording of you just a few weeks ago, it's common sense when you go out there and there's gridlocked traffic on Highway 73 in peak morning hours and evening hours. I'm out there often, and what used to take me 10 minutes takes me 35 or 40 minutes.
But
that's
do you
the
have
proof.
any, but other than scientific, or other than anecdotal evidence, do you have any study that supports that says these traffic numbers are manipulated? Hold on. I am going to let her finish.
Let him go.
I'm going to let her speak. Whatever you're saying that the numbers are manipulated, what engineer has looked at this and said they're manipulated?
Can you
that's a harsh
Can you
critic
tell me
to
why
bring
the
into
actual
profession.
traffic study, which was done last November in 2020 during coronavirus, why it's not in the packet and we cannot see it? Why is it hidden from the public if it's a good study? And as I said, it doesn't take a physicist or an engineer or anything else to see what's going on Highway 73, and every one of you gentlemen know that, and you know that because you talked about it at the last meeting.
Hold on. Your time's about to expire. I'm going to give you a little bit more because I interrupted you and asked you that question.
Okay, thank you.
But just give me 2 seconds because I got to restart the clock. All right, you're good.
I believe, and I believe most people in this room believe, that this impact study, traffic impact study submitted by DeLone Estates is fabricated and is untrue from what we see and live every day of our lives. Every commissioner knows this study does not reflect what is actually happening along 73. Your legal person just said that last week. Residents continue to be gridlocked in traffic daily in peak times in the mornings and in the evenings. The impact from another 500 vehicles will not be insignificant when it's such a nightmare already. Our parish is in a crisis. Flooding and grid-like traffic is destroying our quality of life, and citizens are paying the price for bad decisions made by this commission. In closing, I'd like to share three little things right here.
Position that not only do you have to look at the intersections, but also the existing road system in its entirety, which would include areas outside of the intersection.
And from you, and talk about a traffic study if it was real.
You're 100% correct that the way the traffic impact study is written, it creates a de facto moratorium on 73. Nobody can build there because the level of service isn't up to par. Is that a different, it was in a different area that's not up by DeLone Estates, it's not at those required
This is the same
intersections.
place down the road, a mile, it's Highway 73.
look,
It is
okay,
ridiculous
I
to
gave
sit
you-
there
I
and
gave you an
think it's
extra minute
different.
and a half. I did.
Willie LaBeouf.
Willie LaBeouf. Next.
Lisa LaBeouf.
Lisa LaBeouf.
Good evening. I thought I circled that I didn't want to speak, but after listening to the comments, I feel like I need to. My opinion, I don't have the money to go out and pay for quality engineering or some other engineering firm to prove this engineering firm's proposal is not accurate. How many people here have money to go hire an engineering firm or to hire someone to do a traffic study? Traffic study in the fall of last year is basically useless. It's done during COVID. Kids are not, half the kids weren't even in school. It just seems so disingenuous to me to do that. We have a moratorium starting tomorrow. This is being pushed through. I feel for the DeLone family. I have family property that next to me that wants to be developed. But I mean, how many people have to suffer? And why is this being pushed through at the last minute? It just seems wrong to me. It seems disingenuous. It seems wrong to me. Thank you for listening.
Philip Bellin.
Good evening. First, let me say thank you for your service on the board. You have a thankless task and cannot possibly make everyone happy when making these votes. By the very nature of this committee, you are asked to decide which of the parish citizens' rights are more important to the overall well-being of the parish as a whole. You're essentially asked to pick winners and losers. In order to do that, you must consider all applicable factors, such as how will this affect drainage in the area of the development? How will this affect drainage all the way to the final watershed? You see, with each new development, the water rises a little higher for the rest of us. The engineers may not say it, but we see it. You may also have to ask yourself, how will this affect traffic in the area and all the major corridors into and out of the parish? My commute is already too long, and I promise to all those here tonight are spending too much time in traffic too. Have you asked yourself, how will this affect the school system? Are they ready to handle this many more households with children to educate? Can they get them to and from school on time? Do they have enough buses, bus drivers? What is the commute time for the students? Can the power grid handle this increased load? Can the still being developed sewer handle the increased load? If the answer to any of these questions involves even the slightest increase, you need to send the plan back to the drawing board because it is uncontrolled and unsustainable growth. One of the most common arguments against denying these plats is that we shouldn't tell people what they can and can't do with their land. That's a fine statement 10 or 20 years ago when the parish may have been considered rural. Some areas of the parish may still be, but as a whole, I think it's time to accept that we can't continue to operate like we did 10 to 20 years ago. Because of the great success of the Ascension community, we have had a lot of growth and want to have more, but it has to be done responsibly. This means we need to be protective of the best interest of the community. Also, we do tell people what they can and can't do with their land so that the community as a whole thrives. In the planning and zoning regulations, there are all kinds of rules as to where certain developments can go. One of the most restricted developments in the parish is adult entertainment venues. You know, like strip clubs. I think we can all agree those restrictions are for the best. No one wants those venues in their backyard by a church or a school. So we do tell people what they can do with their land when it's in the best interest of the community. No, a neighborhood is not the same as a strip club, but the same concept applies. As a community, we do tell people what they can and can't do with their land, which makes the arguments for not having building restrictions and approving every desired subdivision a little silly. So I will leave you with this. If we look at these developments the same way we do at strip clubs, the decision would not be that difficult. While the negative impacts are not the same, both do have negative impacts. So I implore you not to vote for this.
William Bryant.
First off, I don't know any of y'all personally, but I do appreciate people that choose to serve the public and have to put up with sometimes the frustration the public may have over certain things. But, you know, also there's not everybody doesn't do the best job they could. So I don't know where you stand. You know, I don't come to every one of these meetings, but a couple of things you mentioned and you seemed to point out, Matt, was how engineering and science play a role. I'm an engineer for a major oil company, and I put things together and build things. And I can't tell you how many times we've had to re-engineer and redesign through projects and how we've made mistakes over time. And we built a unit and started up, and we spent $80 million, and we never ran the unit. So your job is more than just listening and looking at a report. It's to listen to people. It's to listen to the people that live there. I lived there. When Renaissance was built, they came through my backyard. I live in Province Point. They dug it up, you know, on the right-of-way. They put a culvert down, and they filled in the neighbor behind me's property like a foot higher for the last 20 foot. And then the property right adjacent to me, they filled the whole thing 8 inches higher, and it flooded my property. I know it for a fact, so I understand the man's concern that lives next to it, and nobody did a damn thing about it. Then, just the other day, when this recent flood, I've been there a long time. I've been there right after Katrina, a couple of houses flooded. 5 houses flooded in my subdivision the other day, and they're gutting, and they have dumpsters in the yard, so you gotta listen to what's really out there and not talk about just studies. It's real people trying to come up here and explain the frustrations we have. And traffic, yeah, I don't believe anything. I don't care what you say about traffic. I live there. I know what traffic is like. There's been days I sat for 45 minutes to get from my house, which is less than a half a mile from the interstate to the interstate. And they just built a new school there. It hasn't even had time to open up and be populated with COVID and all this. And how did that study account for a brand new school and a brand new hospital? So that's all I have to say. Your job is more than looking at engineering studies, and especially paid for by somebody who wants this done. It's to listen to the people.
Brenda Whitney.
Good evening. When I came in tonight, I wasn't sure what I wanted to say or even if I wanted to speak. But the more I listened to the different opinions, good and bad, I felt it was my place to come up here. For those of you that don't know me, I manage the What's Going On in Ascension Parish Facebook page. I have over approximately 30,000 members in that group. None of them have been for any new development in the recent months, but these two developments that you propose tonight are very controversial, I guess you could say. But one gentleman commented today when he knew we were coming here. He said he chose to stay home, not because he doesn't want to come up here and speak, because he just thinks he'll end up in jail if he came. So I asked him if I could read his comment, and he told me yes. So he says, just a thought to ponder. Most of the roads are roads we had back in the 60s and have only had minor changes to some that doesn't help traffic at all. Also, most of the drainage, ditches and culverts, I'm guessing he meant, are also the same from the 60s. Very to no improvement or changes to them. The biggest change is all the national reservoirs of the parish used to have to hold excess water are gone due to development. And no actions taken to replace them. Where are those natural reservoirs now? What happened to the what they used to call it, I can't even think right now, my brain, I'm just so frustrated because it's time to say no. It's time, we should have said no months ago, years ago, but we didn't. You have a choice tonight. Say no, please say no. For the betterment of our parish, for the betterment of the people that are already here, we don't need 500 more cars on Highway 73. It took me 5 light cycles to get off of 621 to the interstate. Thank God I don't have to drive that every day anymore. I do work from home and I'm blessed with that. But for the people that have to travel 621, 73, Duplessis Road, I pray for them every day. And when I'm posting on about traffic problems because of accidents, because people are in such a rush and they're frustrated, I see it. Even though I'm not in it, I see it. I post it. I feel their frustrations. I just hope you do too.
Eli Brooks.
Well, I guess y'all have heard it pretty much tonight, but it looks like to me some of y'all ain't listening. You're sitting up there, you already got your mind made up. People are fed up with development. I love the Delons. I know them personally, they're good people, but flooding is the issue. You build up 2, 3 feet. If he's building up 2 feet, I want to know why they made me build up 3 feet and then go up another 3 feet, and I know that's got to come up higher than that. So if their flood elevation's got to be wrong, and they're making other people that builds a house has to justify for the land, the dirt they put on their property. So they got to dig a pond. 237 homes. You build a pond for each one of them? I don't think so. Now the retainment ponds, that's a joke. That's a beautification pond. Come over in Dutchtown and go down Plantation Creek. Look at that in there. Water flows in, water flows out. It don't retain nothing. Go down 74. Don't retain nothing. And you're saying you need an engineer to study the water flow? Get yourself out when it rains 7 inches, you can study the water flow.
Suzette Hoffman.
I just want to say I do appreciate what you do, but...
Speaking of, the mic, that's the Elmo. There you go.
You see, I've never been here before.
It's okay.
I wouldn't have thought I'd be here tonight, really. A month ago, I probably wouldn't have thought I'd be here, but A lot has changed since March of last year. When they brought up this concept of having 237 homes or whatever it is right down the road from me, because I live on Charlotte, my biggest concern was the traffic. But when they had that last rainfall, I've lived here for 40 plus years. We actually had water on the end of our street. We've never had that before. I know they do engineer studies when they build, but they've built a couple of businesses, a church and a business on the part of the road across from us, and we've had drainage issues across the road. And I don't think they ever foresaw that, because that water drains now towards Charlotte Street. And now I hear that on Miller Road, which is a street over, houses flooded in that last rain event. And now houses across the road from 73 are flooding. Providence Point is now flooding, which we've never had water issues. So my biggest concern with the houses, if they put them down the road, we'll have more, because the water will drain towards us. My son lives on Ridge Road, which is towards Bluff. They still have standing water that way. The water will also be draining towards that way. So now my major issue is not only the traffic that we have on 73, but the water issues that we have around us, that surround us. So when the water drains, it cannot handle it. We have big rain events like we've had in the recent history. I mean, it just seems like it's a normal occurrence now. It's not an out of normal occurrence, but we can't handle it. We had actually the business at the end of the street flooded, which 40 years ago, we were the high point in Ascension Parish. No longer. They have subdivisions that have come up off 73 that now push water towards us. And it's just amazing to me how much water was flowing towards the end of our street. It just couldn't handle it. So,
Ma'am, your time's up. It's a 3-minute time limit. Thank you, ma'am.
Tony Landry.
I've been around here for a long time. This guy over here and I know a lot of each other. Engineering studies. I can tell you a lot about engineering studies. I can give you a lot about the parish. When they put the subdivision across my street there, they were going to put two 2-foot culvert in the ditch. That's a 5-foot ditch. If I hadn't stopped them, that's what would be down there. That ditch literally fills up with water. So you got engineering studies. I know the parish has to go along with them, but I question them. The parish itself needs to sit down and talk to the people that live in the area before they go along with engineering studies, to try to find out what is actually in that area, instead of just going along. I grant you, an contractor makes a lot of money off of houses. He builds 3 houses, he makes $100,000 off each house. In other words, for each 3 houses he builds, he can build 1 free. So he can pay a lot of people. Do you want to hear that? No, you don't want to hear that, because there's money going in somebody else's pocket. Main thing is that area, that subdivision that exists, that backs up to this property floods. Now, what is this property going to do? Don't you think that with the parish, that developer right here should have something to do to make sure that that water does not, those subdivisions does not flood anymore? I think they should be concerned about that. That should be the parish. The parish should make sure that that doesn't happen. Drainage. According to the guidelines of the parish, the subdivision is supposed to accept all the water from the subdivision itself. It doesn't. If you look at the way the package is built, half of a lot goes on back into the existing property, someone else's property, someone else's drainage system. The other half, the front that drains onto the road, goes to the back into the pond. And the lady was correct about the ponds. The ponds do not hold all the water. They're supposed to hold, I think it's 2 inches of water or 2 hours of water before it overflows. That doesn't happen, especially if you've got a subdivision that's been there for a while, because silt fills up in them. Another thing is cars. I cannot understand how you guys don't understand about the cars. You can't say that, well, okay, this is fine. He did the study, we got to approve it because he did it right. Another thing y'all can do is stop the amount of houses that are going to be built on a why 5 houses on a subdivision? Why can't you say, okay, well, just 2 houses per acre? I mean, y'all got to have some control over that, don't y'all? No? No? Come on, say something. He talked earlier a while ago when somebody got on the talk. I mean, can't you say something about, how many houses can y'all control?
It's all in the code. Yeah, we say something, it's in the code. The law says this is how many houses you can have in this subdivision per acre. We don't make the law. We don't make the law, sir. We're here to apply the law and make sure the law gets enforced the way it is. So if the parish council says you can have 5 houses per acre, we don't have the authority to come in and say, oh no, developer, you can't put 5 houses per acre, you can only put 2. That's the rule of law that we have. Sir, your time is up. Thank you very much. Who's next, Ms. Stacy?
Kelly Couture.
Good evening, everyone. The definition of insanity can be said to be repeating of the same mistakes over and over again, but expecting a different result each time. Well, I think we can all say that this committee and our illustrious Drainage Committee and Council are insane. The proposed subdivision, now called DeLawn Estates, was first brought before this committee on March 11, 2020 as Antebellum Point and was denied by a 4-3 vote, as it should have been because the LOS was an F. Not to mention all the other reasons that it was just a bad idea. It was appealed before the Parish Council in July of 2020 and needed 8 votes to override the initial denial. They did not succeed. Therefore, the DeLawn's next move was to file a lawsuit for $7 million against the parish, saying that their land was made worthless. Their land is not worthless. There are many things that can be done with it, just not 237 homes on it as the infrastructure currently stands. Then Lawler, Casso, and Orgeron called a special meeting to settle the lawsuit by approving the subdivision, saying that the lawsuit would bank the parish. The parish has lawyers and insurance to fight just a suit. The parish would have won as the denial was correct based on current codes and ordinances. It took the parish president vetoing this unlawful approval to stop this madness. Now we are right back where we started. They are again filing to build this 237-home subdivision with substandard roads and drainage. Nothing has changed in the traffic studies. The November 2020 traffic study was done during phase 2 of COVID, where there were fewer people on the roads. The state is not accepting these traffic studies because they are not a true representation of the traffic. How can the parish accept this study if the state will not? The parish code states that the road must be a D or better. Even if the developers say they are contingent on bringing the road up to a D, they cannot do it nor promise to do it. The road is a state highway. People say that every citizen has the right to do what they want with their property and to sell it if they choose to. Yes, people have rights. Everyone has rights, including the current residents. Your rights end where mine begin, and mine end where yours begin. The DeLawn family does not have the right to flood out their neighbors. I do sympathize with them, but I cannot agree with this plan at this time. Which brings me back to insanity. If you approve this request, you are in effect insane because nothing has changed. Approving it would constitute great hardship for all the surrounding areas and people who live there. They are asking you to approve this plat knowing it will cause a hardship, but it's not their problem, so approve it anyway. Mr. Chairman, at the last P&Z meeting, you stated that you are pro-development, but the standards must be adhered to. You voted against Longleaf due to the LOS insufficiency. I am here tonight to ask all of you to please do your due diligence and deny Proposition 12. Thank you.
Gary Lassard.
Good afternoon. You know, this traffic study thing, I live on 73. That thing can be thrown in the garbage can. You're talking about the person that spoke earlier about things have been changed and bettered. White Road, oh man, that was the answer. They got sinking out of that light right and get the traffic flowing out of that one road. But we got a lot of other things to consider. Post Office Road, White Road, the Plessis Road, Miller Road, Charlotte, Easley Malonzo, all the subdivisions, Seven Oaks, Renaissance, Longwood, Southwood, Providence Point, Waterford, Prairie Oaks, and the Hollows of Dutchtown. All of them tried to merge in on 73. It's a nightmare. I live there, I know. And the traffic is just terrible, and someone's going to get killed. We put more cars, it puts more risk. You also got the schools, the hospitals, the condos, and all the businesses along 73, and all the people that live in their homes. If you can't see that this would cause a problem, well, you're blind. And we're talking about drainage. Well, the council are not letting Quitmont really dredge some of these canals that would really help our drainage. Okay, the county, you say the ones that make the rules, y'all rules and the codes, well, they idiots too. And let me tell you something, White Road and Longwood Subdivision, they already got their flooding problems. And you got to put a subdivision right on the side of it, build it up 3 feet, and put, just on 1 inch of rain, you get 2,362 gallons of water. 1 inch of rain on that. Just think of that. And a 5-inch rain, you get 11 million gallons of water. It just the other day, at 7-inch rain up in Upper Prairieville, but it went over 42. The problem we have is planning had destroyed Ascension Parish. It has from the beginning, and it's still doing it today. Let me just tell you something. Building this subdivision would be building a mountain of cement houses, and just a disaster for the low areas on White Road and Longwood Subdivision. I'll say to deny it. Thank you.
Lynn Whitmere.
My name is Lynn Whitmer. I'm against any development in this parish for now until something is done with the drainage, sewer, infrastructure, and roads. I was born and raised in this parish. Water used to drain in this parish for many years. Where water used to drain is now hitting brick walls and concrete called subdivision, townhomes, condos, and yes, many schools caused from years of overdevelopment with no thought of drainage, sewer, infrastructure, and roads. You're going to cause flooding, especially when all the developments are at flood level. Water is going to drain on all the older homes, causing flooding. I also do not think any development should be allowed unless the contractor or the developer builds new schools to accommodate all that growth. Why should we, the taxpayers, have to continue to pay for schools for when we are against all these developments? I am sorry for the ones selling their land, but we must pay for our own flooding caused by a new development. I lost my home in the 2016 flood. I'm against development for all the added traffic to already unsafe and outdated roads. I do not understand how these impact studies show it will not affect the area. There is no way those are accurate. They cannot be doing them in the busiest time of the day. I can tell you the majority of these roads have not been updated in years. Highway 30 and 73 all have suicide lanes which should have been 4-laned. We supposedly under a moratorium. From what I understand, no new development can happen unless they were already on the books. They can continue to develop, but if they are not meeting regulations, y'all should not allow them to be able to come back to this committee. I want drainage and council to please put parish president back over the drainage. He has done more for this parish in his time in office compared to the majority of the councilmen who have been in office for years. Another real big concern of mine is by allowing all these developments that will affect the police department, fire department, first responders, getting down unsafe roads with heavy traffic. The heavy traffic on 73 is a nightmare now, and if there was a hurricane and people needed to evacuate, there would be no safe way to do it. For now, please do not approve these developments until something is done about all the flooding in this parish. Families are flooding that have never flooded before. Thank you. And I'd like to just say this. I don't know who's over this, but this building needs a handicap bathroom for the handicap, because whenever I have to take my handicapped son in the ladies' bathroom, it's not acceptable.
Lauren McGrew.
Okay, I had this whole thing prepared, and of course, that's just all messed up. But I guess my main problem comes down to timing. I think that our Planning and Zoning Commission have set a dangerous precedent for approving things based on mitigation measures planned, or, reports, best guesses, educational, opinions, what we think might happen. And I'm not opposed to this development. What I'm opposed to is the timing and the consideration and the forethought that's being put into it. And relying only on legalese. We only have to consider this one point of 73 in approving this neighborhood, but not taking into consideration the fact that once you improve these road structures, already overburdened areas are going to seek new routes to where they go every day. Better roads are going to bring more traffic, and by making these improvements and not doing a study after, collecting current, accurate data, you're doing a disservice to the community as a whole. You're basically saying that, this one point meets the requirements, so everybody else becomes collateral damage. And I don't think that it's fair. I don't live on that side of I-10, but I do know that there's been a hospital built in the last, and opened in the last year. There's been another school. There's another school on Bluff Road that's opened where, the school district, the way it lies, a lot of people have to go south on 73, past this proposed development, down Seabro. That's going to add to traffic. And relying on either a study that was done 1 to 2 years ago or one that was, paid for by a private company. I don't think that either of those are the best option. I think that y'all need to really look at the current issues at hand, the current data, and make a more informed decision, that's relevant for today before you start building that many homes and adding that much more a burden on the area. I'm done. Thank you.
Shelby Ballard.
Good evening. I've come up here in opposition to this, apparently. I'm going to make a couple of points. Mr. Pryor, you yourself is involved in a lawsuit with Chapel Woods Estates against the city of Gonzales, which is proof to me that you are definitely pro-builder. And your reaction there and then the reaction you have here in my point of view, should be a conflict of interest in approving this or even voting on this situation. I'll go back now to what the attorney said about the studies and what the DOT requires. DOT requires, he says, 3 intersection studies. There's a lot more road there than 3 intersections. And when you're pushing that much traffic down to where you have 1 lane of entrance onto the interstate, you're definitely causing problems, lots of problems. All of the people have already told us a lot about the drainage problems here. I'll back all that up because I've seen it myself. I've lived in this parish for 42 years. And I think it's time that we kind of slow things down. He also said that there would be in traffic improvements will be made. What I've seen is a lot of talk. Why don't we see the improvements first? Then let's react. Because what he says is what I see is he's going to close the gate after the cows are out of the pasture. I think that what we need to do is look at just slowing this thing down a little bit. I'm asking you to support the people. As far as the lawsuit that the lawyer has against the parish, I'm going to quote Councilman Casso and what her reaction to this is in an email. I hope, this is speaking to the DeLone family, I hope you get a load of damage, as you have indeed been damaged by nasty people. I'm not a nasty people. I'm only an imbecile. Just based off of these statements, it's hard for me to imagine that people with your interest and Ms. Casso's interest, that you should be even voting on this issue. I think you need to step back, take a look at it, and look at the morals of this whole thing. I am totally in support of let's postponing this deal and let's go forward later on. Let's get some infrastructure done and then let's work. Thank you.
Denise Drago.
And can I get the overhead projector, please? They've started my time, but I haven't even started. I was explaining that.
I'll restart it for you.
And the overhead. Okay, good afternoon. You're being handed copies of the DOTD letters dated August 14th, October 13th of 2020, and March 17th of 2021 from Mr. Christopher Knotts, P.E., Chief Engineer, on the subject of temporary traffic count policy for traffic engineering studies. The state, Louisiana DOTD, is not accepting traffic study analysis because of the COVID pandemic. Why would Ascension Parish accept them? DeLone Estates' new traffic study they refer to was done in November 2020 during phase 2 pandemic. Many people are working from home today. How many of you realize our state workers have not gone back to work yet? The study does not reflect a true picture of the actual traffic on Highway 73. I would like to quote our chairman, Mr. Pryor, from the June 9th, 2021 P&Z meeting. Quote, when I look at the TIA and the traffic impact policy pertaining to mitigation, it says that a proposed development in which the subject to the TIA requirement of this policy may be disapproved, and may is the operable term here, when results of the required TIA demonstrate that the proposed project will either A, overburden the existing roadway system by causing a reduction in service of the affected roadways, B, negatively impact the safety of the roadway, or C, below the adopted LOSD. And then it says, so we have the discretion, if you will, to deny a development based on one of those items. But then the next section addresses specifically where the LOS is D or below. In the case where the existing LOS is D, the requiring mitigation improvements shall improve the LOS to a D or better, end quote. The area of Highway 73 and Post Office Alice Borough PM Peak Bill optimized or LOSEs in Table 5. The proposed 237 home subdivision will be adding around 500 more cars to Highway 73, an already overburdened road. It's ridiculous to believe a 2 to 3 second light change can change a LOS of F to a D. This is what Mr. Sean Chiro said in his report last month about the traffic study that was denied Longleaf townhomes on 73. Quote, the traffic study does not seem to meet the traffic observations.
Your time's up, Ms. Drago. Thank you.
Rachel Campo.
Camera's not working.
I don't have any control. If I do,
I
I
can
don't
give
know
it
how
to
to
somebody
control
that
the
y'all can
Elmo.
look at it if you'd like as I'd speak.
Stacy, can you turn on the Elmo?
Here, I'll just give this to you, and y'all can pass it around and watch, because I'd like for you to see it, because I'm one row from this. Good evening, my name is Rachel Campo, and speaking tonight is very difficult for me. My family and the DeLone family have known each other my entire life. And there are plenty of memories and love shared between our families. I am in no way against growth in our parish, but responsible growth is needed. That has not happened here in Ascension for a very, very long time, probably not even my entire life, and I'm not young. I was very naive to the full extent of the dysfunction within the parish government until our home flooded on May 17th. I hate that the DeLone family is dealing with this, and it makes me mad as hell with the parish for putting us all in this situation due to the lack of infrastructure with growth. The fear for my family is that everything my husband and I have worked for our entire life could be washed away with your decision. We have lived on Miller Road for over 21 years. My mother was raised there. My grandparents, Pat and Gloria Malujan, were staples in this community. They, along with several of their friends, were founding members of the Prairieville Volunteer Fire Department on Miller Road. Flooding was never an issue where I live. And it was one of the reasons that my husband and I bought an older home with good bones in a no-flood zone, because they just don't build them like that anymore. I never imagined we would have flooded. When Longwood was developed, we were told that the water would not affect us. But immediately after development started, we saw that this was not the case. Although we never flooded until May 17th, we came close on several occasions in the more recent years as the development happened. Since Longwood, the drainage is only getting worse, and the main drainage ditches, canals, and goudin that drains our entire area is overloaded with vegetation, sediment, and trees. Not to mention nowhere for the water to go, because this seems to be the issue in the entire parish. Here is a picture of my husband standing on the mound of sediment that it covers the bottom 3 feet of the culverts under Miller Road before going under Highway 73 to the goudin. The other side of Miller Road is the other side of the picture with blockage at the culvert. You see it's pretty bad. How is the water supposed to get out? On May 17th, it did not. It was rushing over the road and dropping down into the other side of the ditch before both sides were full and nearly flooded the fire department. At that point, the water coming from White Road, where you're wanting to put this development, and Longwood filled up and then backfilled into our main drainage on Miller Road. We had no chance of preventing the water from flowing into all four walls of our home.
Ma'am, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you. I restarted it when she gave the picture. I've given people all the time that we're required to give. I restarted it while she was giving a picture. I restarted the clock for her. Who's next, please, Miss Stacy? Who's next?
Verna Carmouche.
Verena Carmouche. Here we are again, hard to believe. My family and I reside on White Road. I travel so much back and forth on 73 that I alone should be called responsible for the substandard level of service of this road. All joking aside, I know firsthand how rough and simply dangerous the daily commute is. The morning after last July's meeting on this very topic, I avoided a T-bone collision only by a hair. Once again, somebody running the red light on 73 and White Road, too much in a hurry to actually wait their turn. It happens all the time. That very same trip home, in one of the many curves, 90 degrees curves on White Road, another driver failed to stay within his lane and forced me into my neighbor's lawn to avoid collision. Now you are planning to put a second entrance of this subdivision onto White Road. Neither the light nor the 18 feet wide road is capable to handle any added traffic of approximately 500 cars coming with this subdivision. What would you do in the mornings if you had to turn on 73 left? Take that second entrance and hit the light? Or would you or risk your life going on 73 straight from the main entrance? I think we know the answer. Last August, Bluff Ridge Primary opened its doors. I have one child in attendance there. Up to roughly the last 6 weeks of the school year, the school was unable to find a, quote, volunteer within their staff to direct traffic as requested. Finally, the sheriff's office sent an officer to do so. Once again, the left turn onto 73 is almost impossible without. Even with the help of the officers trying to ease the situation, traffic backs up to Lucky Dog Lodge on a daily basis, sometimes further. Opening I-10 has not brought any relief to the area. The school has in fact added stress on the main hours of morning and afternoon commute. The level of service on 73 was bad enough last year for you to deny the subdivision. There's no way this has changed for the better. On the June 9th meeting, it was stated by this committee that the level of service on 73 is not up to par. Please follow your own words and be consistent by not approving the subdivision. The health, safety, and welfare of your community is your top priority. You swore an oath on that. Lastly, I wanted to say, I'm a permanent resident to the United States, Louisiana, and this great parish. I do not have the right to vote here, but I can make my voice be heard. I encourage all of my neighbors watching today to not take this privilege lightly. Go out and vote. Whether it's within the next election cycle, recalls, whatever it is, get involved, make informed decisions so that we can avoid a mess like the one we are currently. Think of me when you sit at home.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Ricky Carmouche.
Good evening, gentlemen. Ricky Carmouche. I'm here to speak in opposition of the DeLone Estates development. My property, I live off of White Road. My property is adjacent off of the DeLone Estates, and I know one day that we're going to have neighbors, and I'm okay with that. I just don't think that this should be the neighbors we should have. My gripe is definitely not with the DeLone's family, who I love very much. They've been a part of my life since I was a child. So it's hard for me to come up and speak against this development, but it shouldn't be, because my gripe is not with them. My gripe is with the developer. In fact, I think the developer should whip out the checkbook right now, write the good DeLone family a check for their property and buy their property. Do y'all need to approve that? Don't need to prove that, right? They can buy the property. But they need your vote to basically guarantee the return on their investment. Man, that would be nice to have. We could all have guaranteed returns on our investment. That'd be great. So aside from that, I'd like to just point out, because we talked about the rule of law, and I know we got a lot of emotional, people coming up here sharing their experiences and stuff. And now we have this traffic impact study that was done during COVID restrictions, and that probably shouldn't be allowed, but we'll go ahead and use it anyway. In the traffic impact study policy for the parish, actions based on TIA mitigation, it says a proposed development which is subject to TIA requirements of this policy may be disapproved when the results of the required TIA demonstrate that the proposed project will overburden the existing roadway system by causing a reduction in service of the affected roadways. So if I look into the packet that came with this, if y'all look at it's figures 7, 8, 9, and 10, you'll have to start at the bottom because the top is with traffic, the signaling, the bottom is without. But I think if you go through those columns, you'll see that while we improve some intersections and roadways that were at a level of service below D, there actually are several reductions of level of service for Highway 73. So it's in the traffic impact policy. There it is. You want the rule of law? You want the black and white? Here it is. So how do we decide? So we're gonna raise the level of service to the bare minimum, and we're gonna reduce it at other levels, at other roadways. I think that's right. I would really like y'all to consider. I'd like to know really why we're looking at this COVID traffic, this traffic impact study that was done during COVID. I think that's not a good thing. So, thank you, and thank you really for your time. Thank you for what you do. I know it's not an easy job. Thank you.
Nadine Smith.
Hello. I live on White Road. Am I able to show some pictures?
Yeah, we'll turn on the it's on.
Okay, this is, right here is my house. This is a S-curve on White Road. This strip of land right here, which leads to the DeLone property, is where they want to put a 12-foot canal, which is going to drain the property through my land. It goes through a bunch of people's lands, goes through the Goudin, and then ends up on the bluff or wherever. This, I don't know if y'all can see it good, but this is the culvert that runs under the road that they want a 12-foot canal to drain through. This is the other side of the culvert that comes underneath my property into my yard. My culverts run all across my property to the neighbor's property. On the other side, this is what it looks like. We have some new developments down the road. I called the parish in March. I have a work order. The ditch is not draining at all. The silt from the new construction plugged the whole ditch up. I've been asking them since March to come back here and unplug this ditch. So I don't know how y'all think an 80-acre subdivision is going to drain through a 36-inch culvert and go through the Goudin, go to Man Shack or the swamp or wherever it goes. So I don't think that whoever did a drainage study, they didn't come look at my house. I mean, if anybody comes back there and looks at that proposal, anybody with a little bit of sense is going to know that's not going to work. So all the water from that subdivision is going to be in my yard, and I'm going to be the first house flooding. So with all due respect, the DeLones deserve to be able to sell their property, but I deserve to protect mine. Thank y'all.
Katrina Bonando.
Land Development Code says the plan is intended to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Ascension Parish. Are you doing that? Have any of you flooded? Any of you live in the 73 area? No, you haven't, because you would have done something about it. Would any of you let this subdivision be built on the side of your property? No, you wouldn't. But you're going to allow it to be done to everyone in this room? Every person who's flooded in the last 5 years is on your conscience because you let it happen. Every person who's gotten killed in a car accident on these roads is on your conscience because you let it happen. When is the parish going to do a study for the safety of the people? These engineers do their study, but you all know those studies are skewed and can be skewed to what you want to get out of them. When are you going to protect the parish? You can deny this due to the risk to the safety of the well-being of the public, because you've already risked that when our people are flooding and when our people are getting killed on the roads because we don't have the infrastructure for the traffic. The land where this is going to be built is already underwater. So where is that water going to go? How many times are you going to ignore the people? Your job is to represent us, not to represent the developers. And you're not doing your job. So I am asking that every one of you resign from your positions because you do not represent the people.
Rebecca Mabel.
Hi. So you five, I'll come here tonight to see, excuse me? All right, could y'all look at me for a second? I wanted to come here tonight to ask you guys to consider voting down this subdivision. I know that you said that you have rules that you have to follow. There are certain things you have to look at. And you can deny this based on the safety and the well-being of the public. And it seems like just listening to these guys, there's enough safety issues for this. And I do think this land should be developed, but I think the road should be developed first. I think the drainage should be developed first. You can't deny them to develop, but you have to do it correctly. And you have the right to deny this. You have everything you need here to deny it. And just the study that y'all talked about with the traffic, it seems like there's something wrong with the study. I'm not an expert. I have a quote from Mark Twain. He said, "Figures don't lie, but liars can figure." And I'm not calling them a liar, but you know what I'm saying. You can tweak it. And it should be studies that are done by the parish to support this. I'd like to take the rest of my time to try to get you to answer why you are using the COVID 2020 study. How are you justifying using that study for this subdivision? Can you answer that for us?
The traffic study is reviewed by the parish. You asked, why doesn't the parish do these impact studies? Well, they do. They take what the developer
No, I
gives
just
them.
want to know
Listen,
the COVID.
wait, I'm answering your question. They take what the developer gives them. There's an independent agency, CSRS. They have no dog in this hunt. They sit there and say, they review it, and they come up with issues. Hey, this isn't right, you need to tweak this. This isn't right, you need to tweak this. These are the comments that we have, and the developer has to go back and fix all those comments. So when the the parish engineer looks at that and says, these are the problems that I had with what their study is, and they fixed them, I'm going to rely on the parish. I'm going to rely on that man over there because I'm not an engineer. He's hired to do that.
Okay,
He's
I
independent.
have about
He's not
15
even hired by the
seconds.
parish.
Can you justify the safety and well-being?
Absolutely. The safety, the health, safety, and welfare of the parish, of any body, any governmental body, any subdivision where we live, is regulated by the people who are elected to pass laws. Laws are made for the public health, safety, and welfare. We're not allowed to speed. Right? If you drive 100 miles down Airline Highway, the sheriff's deputies are going to pull you over. There's a law because it's not in the public health, safety, and welfare. The parish council has developed the land development code, the laws that we have to follow, and they have said this is what meets the public health, safety, and welfare. And so when the parish council, who is elected, a lot of you have asked for us to be recalled or to vote against us. You can't. We're not elected. We're appointed by the council to follow the law on what they say the public health, safety, and welfare is. That's their job to do that. They pass a law. If we don't follow the law, then we're as illegal as anything else. We're bound to follow the law, which takes into into account the health, safety, and welfare, whether it comes from the required drainage study that a developer has to have, whether it comes from a traffic impact study, whether it comes from 4 lots per acre in this area as opposed to 3 lots. That is what the government has said. That is what the law has deemed to be in the best interest of the public health, safety, and welfare. And that's what we have sworn an oath to follow. You've had your chance, sir.
Even if you know that that is not going to solve these people from flooding, and even if you know that it's not going to solve the problem.
I don't know that. What I do know, okay, you know, you sit there and you say your mind's made up, but you don't want to listen to any contrary opinion. What I do know is that these studies that we have to have in terms of drainage, it is illegal. It is against the law, and the engineering review agency reviews this, that when you develop a property, the water must come off that, it must hold the same pre-development water. That means you can't just send it off, and the discharge must be at the same rate. So pre-development and post-development have to be identical. That's what the study, that's what the engineering does. That's what the engineering does. We've just heard tonight from Ms. Goppel tell us, well, look, the Corps of Engineers is redoing their floodplains because of the unprecedented flooding we've had since 2016. 2016 was a watershed. I remember being in a meeting with our congressman and our senator, and I made the comment, there is no such thing as we've never flooded before, because we have rain events, natural rain events that are, I agree. May 17th, I was in the middle of a trial in Baton Rouge on May 17th when that rain came. It shut down that trial for a day. It was so bad that the clerk of court had to go out and pull jurors off the street because we didn't have enough when we started the trial Monday. They went out to people at the coffee shop, hey, you're a juror. That was a rain event that has no control over what we can do. But what I can tell you is that the development that we have and the engineering studies that get approved by the parish and the discharge of water, that flood would happen whether there was construction or not, because that's what the development is required to be. And you can say that the engineering studies are wrong. Go out and prove it, fine. Go out and show me their engineering studies don't meet the requirement. And so that's what it is. So, ma'am, and I've answered your questions, and you've been very respectful, and I've tried to answer your questions.
One more thing, you're talking about the water that's flowing out of the subdivision, can't change.
That in either quantity, so the volume, and the rate.
Okay, one thing, what about the water that was flowing into that from these people?
Yes, it has to retain all the water that it has to take. Its pre-build and post-build status has to remain the same.
So you have to make it where their water can flood into their...
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think any subdivision development in the last 5
Who's next?
Denise Emmons. Emmons.
Hello again. I need to try and find my email. so
Please
don't
be
get-
quiet and come to order. This lady would like to speak.
I have my pictures. This exact committee told my neighborhood, do not be concerned when we're going to put the neighborhood the neighborhood development. We trusted you guys. We trusted our council. I definitely trusted my councilman because he sat at my table with me and said, we're going to take care of this. You will not be affected. This committee, in fact, I think it was, I don't want to mention names, but one of the two of you right there, said to us that you will never know the development's there. They're going to put up a fence. You will never know anything is happening. Well, we're getting this, and we're getting this every time it rains. This is after 3 inches of rain. So it's coming to me. It's coming all over there. We had I wonder if we don't have the manpower maybe to stay on top of these subdivisions once they're approved. So if something's happening, rather than stop it at that point and put a work order in until it's corrected, it's allowed to continue to go on. And that's what has happened to ours. Y'all know that there's a DEQ report out that was about 17 pages, and I understand they went out without us calling. I didn't call. I don't know who did call or if anybody called. And there's a couple of 100 pages of DEQ infractions from that group for that. So, it's one thing to say a development is great, and if this development is so great, it will be even greater in a year or 9 months when the moratorium comes off. It will be great, and if they have to build their homes off the ground, more power to them. It's going to be nice. It's going to look like Louisiana homes. But the big thing is that if it's affecting them so much, if it's affecting everybody else, and it's doing this, that's just not fair to put that on anybody, right? If they're not required to, or if they're required to do that fill of 3 feet and they feel like that's unfair, let them dig down 3 feet and put their houses in that 3-foot hole. Because that would keep all the water from or keep the water from their property, just go into the development and let them handle it. Don't turn it around and make it bad for those people that have lived here for so many years. Let them dig down, put those homes there. You see what I'm saying? But in that time, you'll have time to rewrite some of the laws of the commission. If they're there, they'll have time to rewrite some of the laws and the rules.
Your time's up, ma'am. Thank you.
Pam DeLong.
Good evening. I'm Pam DeLon, and my husband is Bill, and we are here representing the DeLon family. I've been a part of this family for 50 years and a resident of White Road since 1982, along with 3 other siblings and 2 grandchildren. We're not going anywhere. We're not afraid. I'm humbly asking you to approve our subdivision. After much public scrutiny, 2 traffic studies, extensive engineering studies, we are beyond confident that we have met the development, that our development meets and exceeds the current requirements of our parish code. My heart breaks for all these residents that have flooded. This has been acts of God. These are not common events.
Please.
Whatever.
She sat there and listened to y'all speak. She gets her opportunity. Please go ahead.
I do not envy any of your positions in this highly controversial and political climate. I'm so sorry for you. I just ask that you follow the current law and the codes that you've been sworn to abide by. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill DeLone.
Says they're informed and they think they're right.
I'm Bill DeLone Jr. I represent the DeLone family. I'm known by Coach Bill to some, but per the rules, Wild Bill will not show up tonight. So, checking the history of Ascension Parish and the DeLone family, I found that we descended from none of these 20th century villains. We are not murderers. We're not on trial for murder. Instead, I found my grandfather, Nick DeLone, who was a jolly old soul, who owned DeLone's grocery and fed people of all races and religions during the Great Depression, a civic leader, and donated the land for the St. John Evangelist Church, where many people still worship today. He's a member of the Ascension Hall of Fame and a founding father of the Bank of Gonzales. I found my dad, Bill Sr., in that book, who, despite working at Exxon and raising cattle on the land, worked tirelessly to establish an excellent public school system on the school board. The school system that we have today, a major drawing point for all the people that are moving here. Both were astute businessmen who would approve of this deal. In the same history book, I found my mother, Laverne, a devout Catholic who went back to college after raising 5 children, got her degree, and taught at St. Teresa here in Gonzales. Following their educational and social conscience trails, one of my siblings and I taught in this parish over 30 years. A third still does social work at LSU. A fourth retired from a human benefits position, and another remains active in Kara's house and helping rescue animals. 4 of us siblings still live on the land, and 2 grandchildren and their families, not planning to go anywhere. Villains? I think not. We are just hard-working good citizens whose family has been here on this land over a century. But now we grow old and tired, unable to give the land the proper love and care it so richly deserves. We've watched our friends around us sell because they realize, as we do, that farming is no longer an option. This decision was not an easy one. To let go of something as precious as our DeLone DeRosa resulted in endless meetings, many sleepless nights. But after years, we finally agreed on an innovative young developer who has presented an environmentally and aesthetically favorable plan for the property. We have followed the law. We only ask you to do the same. As American citizens, we ask for our constitutional rights that separates us from other countries, the right to own and sell land, and to allow us to live out our remaining years like our ancestors did.
Mr. DeLone, your time's up. Thank you, sir.
Love and peace for all.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll close the public hearing on that. Sir, do you want to have any rebuttal? I'll give you some rebuttal before we move on to actions.
I appreciate that. I want to make sure that the public understands that this filing was made over 60 days ago, long before the moratorium ordinance was introduced, much less adopted. I also want the public to know that at the time of the filing, all the studies accompanied it, all of which are public records, all of which are available to anyone that makes a public record request. None of these studies have been kept from anyone, and all of these studies are available to everyone. You simply have to take the effort and ask. I also think it's important to talk about the drainage again, because although I spoke about drainage in my presentation, because of the strong comments in the staff report, I assumed that perhaps most would believe that this drainage issue had been studied very carefully and that it had been adequately addressed. But let the record reflect that the drainage information presented includes 6 ponds, and although the standard is a 25-year post versus a 10-year pre as it relates to rate,
This plan or design, drainage design, will be done to the 100-year, both post and pre, as it relates to the runoff. That's to suggest that enhanced standards and analysis have been utilized. I also want to make sure the public understands that, yes, these studies are generated by the developer, paid for by the developer, but they are not, it is no suggestion that they are carte blanche presented to this commission as being validated just because we've prepared them and presented them. The staff report is a result of the review by the ERA. And I heard comments this evening from both staff and the ERA, which I think were very clear, suggesting that there was not only code compliance, but in particular, as it relates to the traffic issue, that there had in fact been resolution as confirmed by LADOTD. This is a new filing. Yes, the subdivision's the same, but there's a huge difference. Whether people agree or disagree, there are 2 more lanes on I-10, and yes, there were new traffic counts taken in November of 2020. The submission of a revised traffic study does make this a new case and one that is different than the one you looked at before, because the one before was based on assumptions, and this study is based on reality. And let's talk about the rates of growth that are included in the revised study. Yes, many people are working from home, and perhaps we all remembered many months of traffic patterns far different than what they would typically be in robust times. Let the record reflect that the revised traffic study included not only a 5% increase, an assumed 5% increase in volume, but additionally added a 5% increase due to the new COVID environment, meaning that children weren't going to school, people weren't going to work, etc. 10% increase between the first study and the second. And if you don't believe that that is accurate, ask the ERA that reviewed it. But maybe even more importantly, there's been suggestion that DOTD would not accept such a study. LADOTD did in fact review and approve our second study. So I submit to you that the evidence is before you. Also, as a result of this development, there will be nearly $500,000 paid over time in traffic impact fees. I'm not suggesting that the $500,000 fixes all the cures and ills. I'm only suggesting that the system is set up such that the form of mitigation in part is for the developer to pay into the public system to help enhance the infrastructure. And that will be a benefit that will be forthcoming to address some of the concerns. I think last but not least, I again want you to focus, maybe not literally now, but on those last 3 pages of that 9-page memorandum, because I want to talk about the analysis that was done as it relates to the 3 signalized intersections on Highway 73. Please understand what I'm about to say. Please understand what I'm about to say. The tables show you the impact, the overall impact with signal optimization and without signal optimization. Meaning if the signals are, the timing is modified by LADOTD, if you look at those tables closely with me, you will see that the level of service is actually higher without the signal optimization. I said it's higher without the signal optimization. So we believe that preliminary plat approval is appropriate, and DOTD has jurisdiction of Highway 73. If it decides it needs to go in and modify the timing on those signals once this subdivision's built out, it has already indicated that it can and will. But that's their decision, not ours, and certainly I don't think a prerogative of this commission. Last but not least, a lot of things said this evening, and although it might be surprising to the public, I respect everything I heard. Some of it hurt in the manner which it was delivered, but maybe some of the things I've said hurt in the manner in which it was delivered. But the point is, the process allows all of us to express ourselves. But I have to go back to where I started, and that is that for a preliminary plat review by this planning commission, there is methodology in place that suggests what the standards are. And in this instance, you have a traffic policy that sets a standard. You have regulations that suggest how these studies are to be made. You have the traffic study reviewed by the ERA, and that results in the staff report. I don't need to read the portions of the staff report to everybody again. It's there in black and white. And so until I see evidence of science, either from someone on staff, someone on the ERA, someone from the public that has studies that contradict, in particular, the drainage and traffic findings that we have presented, I would suggest to you that you should consider that all of the requirements of Ascension law have been met with this preliminary plat filing. Your job is not easy. We all understand that. I only ask that you take a look at the rule of law in Ascension Parish for the approval of a subdivision for preliminary plat. And if you think that I have presented evidence suggesting that the burden has been met, I believe that you have a duty to approve the subdivision as submitted. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chasson.
Yeah, I've got
but the public comment time is over. Mr. Chasson.
All right, thank you. I've got a couple of issues and some questions. First, I still think this is not appropriate because of the appeal issue, with it being an appeal. So if someone does make a motion,
if you want to make a motion to do that, go ahead and make a motion.
Everybody, I'm going to give everybody time to do their, say what they're going to want to say, ask whatever questions they want. But I would say if someone makes a motion to approve that there needs to be a requirement that the lawsuit be dismissed with prejudice, since you can't do both, the appeal and the lawsuit, and what the attorney says, is not binding if it's not a condition of approval. So I'll just throw that out there. But I do have some questions about the traffic. And so a couple of things. I was looking at the October 13, 2020 letter from DOTD, the traffic count policy. And it does, and so reading from the second paragraph, if intersection distribution is off, then the design mitigation may be over or under designed because the morning, noon, and afternoon peak periods are distributed differently. This is due to a large number of people still working from home, primary and secondary schools still not reporting 100% for classroom instruction, colleges, universities limiting class size and mandating virtual classes. Goes on to say, for example, with people staying home to work or kids not going to school, we don't see morning peak until around lunchtime because people are still going out to lunch, which can cause different turning movements at intersections. And then it goes on to say that they're going to continue to follow the August 14, 2020 policy, and the August 14, 2020 policy says new traffic counts will not be allowed under Phase 2, presumably because the counts are not accurate because people are still working from home. Primary and secondary schools are not reporting 100% for classroom instruction and so forth. During the time, and that memorandum was a month before this policy, this traffic count was conducted. In this particular instance, you have 4 schools along that stretch of 73 whose traffic is directly impacted by 73. Those schools had students still conducting virtual learning. They had students home on quarantine. If I recall correctly, I think Dutchtown was particularly high on the percentage of students quarantining during that time. State workers had not returned to work yet, and a lot of private employees, like myself, had not returned to work yet. And so I see where you say you increased the traffic counts 10% to attempt to accommodate that, but we were at a 50% reduction at that point. And if DOTD is going to say in this policy they would not accept new counts because of the reduction, then I don't know why we would. And I know there's been some, and so I know there's been some discussion about what DOTD said and that they approved it. And I believe what Sean stated was not that DOTD looked at this and approved the traffic study. What he stated was that they looked at it from their standpoint of whether or not they would optimize the signals, and that if Ascension Parish accepted the traffic study as valid, then they would go ahead, based on that analysis, proceed with the optimization of the signals if warranted once the development is built. But they never actually said that they would accept this, and it appears based on this policy, they wouldn't accept it. If this was submitted to them specifically as for them to do whatever modifications that they were doing because of the reductions. I mean, Sean, am I missing something there, or?
Isn't there a second part of that policy from DOTD that states, even though they wouldn't accept counts, they would accept an impact fee, which basically skipped the whole traffic process, and they would be approved by DOTD?
Where at?
The October DOTD policy.
Make sure I'm looking at the right one. It says.
So typically, DOTD, because they didn't know how to handle COVID, they're dealing with federal funds, federal dollars. So they gave you 2 outs during COVID. They were right. Everyone's trying to figure out how do we play, and sad thing is we didn't know what would be normal, when will normal ever be. We still don't know if people actually, when there's no more COVID, how many people are still going to go back to work full time. So there's a lot of unknowns. So what we did at the time, we waited till November. More kids are back to school rather than a complete shutdown. We talked about growth factors, and there was a very aggressive. They did a 10% growth on top of there to do another analysis. And so that was the best that we had at that time. Who knows when we ever get back to normal. So DOTD, like I said, they didn't shut down traffic studies. They basically stated, we'll give you an alternative options, give us your total numbers of trips, we'll apply a dollar amount, you give them the money, they approve your project, and then they go and figure out the resolution later on.
That's some, and then it goes further, and it's in the August 14 one. Mm-hmm. And then it goes further to say all other projects, plan development studies that require traffic engineering analysis. New traffic counts will not be allowed under phase 2. And the October one says if there are old traffic data, then you can use the old data, which in this case would be the old data would be the pre.
Right, and so we were in a position at the time, we were questioning the original data, the impacts of the interstates.
Right.
So that acknowledges DOTD is still accepting studies. It just couldn't be counts done at that time. They gave you options. You pay impact fee, you go move along, and they do what they want to do with the money. Or the other option is you go back to a previous count, talk to them, or consider making adjustments. Our best was use the counts because now the school's in place, even though it wasn't 100%, and then account for traffic patterns at that time, and then increase things by 10%.
Right.
So we felt that was an acceptable solution at that time to be able to analyze, the traffic for this particular development.
But the option to pay the impact fee in lieu of conducting a new analysis, I mean, we don't have that option as
That's right. So we're stuck with. We don't have that option. Right. So imagine if we had that option. Talk about our project. No need to look at a traffic study. Just pay a dollar amount and then hope us and DOTD go and fix everything. So this was the alternative. Considering the project, lanes were opening. Let's do counts. It was better than. We didn't know if the spring would be normal. Is this fall going to be normal? So we did it at that time, and at 10% is in the traffic world a very big increase.
But we require in our policy traffic studies to be conducted during certain times. They have to be conducted during school year. They can't be conducted during holidays, the early dismissals, whatever, because we want to get the accurate traffic count. And if we're doing this during phase 2, when you have 50% of the people are not on the road, the traffic's going to be less just because the people aren't driving.
And I believe you look at the traffic policy, the ERA has some discretion. We're at a unique time. That was a judgment call we made at that time. Use the counts, to use it that way. We agree with it. You're in a position, based on how we approached it, to make your judgment how you approach the project based on how we did the study. There was no different than before. Someone questioned, was the traffic study valid based on those assumptions? It got denied. So I feel comfortable based on what we knew then. We waited many months. It was how we handled the growth, how we analyzed the project. We talked to DOTD. I'm comfortable with what we had to do at the time to be able to provide a traffic study. I believe you're in a position to figure out if that's sufficient enough.
All right. And then I have a question about how the overall is calculated. So take table 7 for example, PM peak build, you have a 22.4, a 14.9, a 52.9, and a 53.3 with an overall of a 21.6. So how does that happen? Because I know I'm not good at math, but that just doesn't add up to me.
It's not, you can't just add up the 4 and then divide it. It's based on actual volumes that people that go through that movement. So the higher volume movements have the better level service. It's a weighted average based on people traveling through it. So 73, the grade it gets is going to skew the number greater than a couple on the side. They may have a higher level of service. So you can't add up the 4 then divide it, if you have 4 and turning movements.
Do you think a better approach would be to wait until September, October, once, Ascension Parish has already said they're not doing virtual school this year. State employees will likely be back to work at that point. Most private people would be back to work at that point, assuming there's no COVID backslide, right? To get a true accurate count would be just to wait until September, October, when school's back in and we're not under the COVID restrictions, and let's see what the real numbers are. Because I can tell you, I drive it, what the traffic was in November versus what it was in March, when as more people started, it's not close. It's not even close. March is not close to what it was in November. Do you think that would be a better?
I wouldn't go saying better. I'm saying that isn't a reasonable option. So that's something you have to consider. When do we wait? Is this November guarantee the best representation of normal in the future, 3 years out? Do we wait till next spring? Do we wait till another 2 years in November? That's obviously your else call. What you're saying is not unreasonable. There are ways. We'll either use the study, the way you analyzed it, or stop and do another set of traffic counts.
So that would be a reasonable option.
That is a reasonable option.
And then what about safety? If I recall correctly, and I may be off on the numbers because I'm going from memory, but I think there was something, the traffic analysis last time said there was going to be something like 9 or 12 new crashes per year based upon the development. And I know one of the things in our traffic impact policy, and I had it in front of me, that we are to consider is if it negatively impacts the safety of the roadway. Has the new analysis determined what that increase in traffic related to this subdivision is going to be? Not traffic accidents.
I don't recall the previous study indicating if they built this subdivision, they would create 9 new crashes and fatalities. I don't remember that statement. Any new cars or movement, even to shut down this part of the parish that use 73 up and down, more people drive, obviously increases the chances, absolutely, a risk. Poor roads, poor level service, people make riskier moves also. So I don't recall that traffic study saying that if you added this development, they would create 9 additional crashes per year. If anything, it was probably due to a growth rate. They are a very small percentage relative to the overall traffic on Highway 73. So I would highly doubt that their study said anyone would write a study and has enough analysis saying 235 lots is 9 fatalities or 9 crashes on 73. So.
And then how is the determination on whether or not to do segment analysis made? And for example, last month we had Longleaf, it was 100 units, and we did required a segment analysis on that stretch of 73. Mm-hmm. Here on the flip side of I-10, you have 237 lots, so more lots on a stretch of I-10 that's just as bad as the other side, and we opted not to do the segment analysis. What's the difference there?
We talked about it at the pre-application meetings. We went through the particular studies. I think the biggest part was doing a level service analysis studies based on the interstate at that time. You do get an indirect correlation of each of the turning movements based on your intersections, and you also get it at their entrance. So we felt that was appropriate for this project.
That's all the questions I have. Anybody else has any?
Questions, comments, and/or motion? You're on.
I think after listening to the ERA and planning, I think I'm comfortable that the development does meet the requirements of the code and it's in compliance. So I'm going to make a motion to approve with the condition of approval that the lawsuit be removed once they if it gets approved.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a substitute motion to deny. Is there a second on the substitute motion? Hearing none, that fails. So on the motion to approve, do I have a second on that? All right, so a motion by Mr. Dumas, a second by Mr. Furman. Voting is open. All right, the vote is 3-2 in favor. The motion to approve is granted. All right, item number 12B is Windermir Crossing. And I believe that before we get started, the administration in the form of Mr. Ricky Compton would like to say something. And Mr. Compton, if you want to wait till, it looks like people are clearing out, if you want to wait till they clear out.
They do that a lot when I speak.
But when the council gets removed, you will get removed too. That's right.
God, we hope so.
Thank you.
Sit up
And
there
your
with
pockets
scarf
won't
on
get
your face and your high
fine.
horse.
What he said earlier, it was a done deal.
And what I said earlier is that we're going to conduct this meeting with decorum. If you ladies cannot act in order, I will ask the deputies to remove you. All right, Mr. Compton, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. On behalf of the administration, I'd like to make the following statement. First off, this administration is and has been opposed to most large-scale developments, including Windermere, not because we oppose growth at all costs, but rather we oppose growth that is unbalanced and favors developers and their developments more than the quality of life of the surrounding neighborhoods. It has always been this administration's belief that under our current development policies, developers' profit margins are put ahead of the public's needs. The fact is, the instant a development is finalized, it becomes a financial liability to parish government. The pack 'em and stack 'em mentality has got to stop, and this is why this administration pushed to have a moratorium enacted. We need to change our approach and the culture of development in Ascension Parish. It needs to be more balanced. We need it to be more balanced. Our development policies and ordinances need to show more respect for current residents and the quality of life we enjoy. Every developer needs to realize that it is an absolute privilege to develop in Ascension Parish. Low crime and a great school system make this an attractive place to live and raise a family. However, many, the parish president included, think that our quality of life has begun to erode because we've developed too fast and without much thought of the consequences outside of each development's footprint. Things like the upstream and downstream impact of drainage, impacts on police or fire services, and the impact on our school system by the increasing of individual school populations. How many millions have been spent by our school system over the past 10 or 20 years building new schools designed just to keep up with the growth, as opposed to getting ahead on curriculums, providing our teachers pay raises, or improving technology? In fact, according to Congressman Garrett Graves, if you take every census block group on both sides of Bayou Manchac in East Baton Rouge and Ascension, and every census block on both sides of the A-Meet from North Baton Rouge, Livingston border through Ascension, this region only represents 0.7% of the entire state's landmass. Yet since 1990, it has represented 20% of the entire state's net new population increase. Nobody in this room with a clear conscience and a concern about the quality of life in Ascension Parish can honestly say that this magnitude of growth is not in some way part of our current flooding problems. Growth impacts everything from drainage to traffic. This administration will not rest until we have ordinances in place to protect the quality of life in Ascension Parish, and it requires growth to pay for growth. It is done elsewhere, and it can be done here. As to Windermere, this administration agrees that the Planning Commission meeting where it was approved left a lot to be desired and fell short on many fronts. However, the subdivision was approved under our current ordinances and passed muster with our current policies. The administration has zero legal ground to stand on to block this development moving forward as currently approved. We wish we did because we would. However, we did meet with the developer afterwards to discuss if there were anything we could do to mitigate the impact that this development will have on our transportation infrastructure and correct some of the mistakes we believe that were made when approved. First off, our long-term goal is to minimize new entry-exit points on Roddy Road, to minimize conflict points and improve traffic flow. Long-term, we have plans to replace each intersection along Roddy Road with a roundabout. This development proposes an entry-exit on Roddy Road in a low-lying area that could complicate drainage and is located so close to the bridge at Black Bayou that it is simply unsafe to turn left and will only serve to direct all of its traffic to Cannon Road. Secondly, the proposed approved improvement to Cannon Road falls well short of what is actually needed. Under the approved plan, the developer is required to widen Cannon Road to 18 feet from Roddy to O'Neill, about 50% of the total length to Highway 44. The agreement that was reached between the developer and the administration is to eliminate the Roddy Road entrance exit and in exchange require the developer to widen Cannon Road from Roddy Road to Highway 44 to a total of 20 feet. This plan almost doubles the developer's investments in off-site transportation infrastructure. The administration will ask the council to approve in the upcoming budget the funds to expand Cannon Road from Roddy going east to a bridge near Shealy Drive. When complete, this will provide a safer east-west corridor to move traffic. Let me close by saying this administration does not support this development, but if our only choices are what the commission originally approved and what we negotiated, then we support what we negotiated. Thank you.
All right. We'll move forward. Mr. Murphy. Hold on. Your mic's on, so. Oh, now it's on. It was on, I turned it off, now it's back on.
Is that better? There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Windermir Crossing is located along Cannon Road near Roddy Road. It is on 35.4 acres and consists of 103 lots. We have an approved preliminary plat. The approved preliminary plat has a connection from Roddy and Cannon Road, and Cannon is presently required to be improved to 18 feet from Roddy to O'Neill, just like Mr. Compton just said. Since the original approval, we were approached by administration and council about making this project even better. Through many conversations with administration, staff, and council, we present this plat before you tonight. The council approved the use of the traffic credits for widening of Cannon Road from Roddy to 44. We ask that you approve or deny this new plat as presented without stipulation. I have heard people mention that there was no discussion at the original approval for drainage. If you look at the staff report and approved drainage impact study, you can see that the ordinance is met and exceeded. The 25-year post-development for this property is, the 25-year post-development flows for this property is less than the 10-year pre-development flows. There's only 30% roughly of one lot that is within the flood zone. Again, we have an approved plat that we are willing to move forward with, but this new plat, if approved as is definitely a win for the residents of Ascension Parish. Thank you.
Is the new plat, it'll just be the Cannon Road entrance, or there'll be two entrances?
It will be only the Cannon Road entrance.
And Cannon is getting expanded to 20 feet.
20 feet.
Which is wider than current ordinance.
Correct.
All the way from Roddy to 44, not ending at O'Neill.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding.
That is correct. And it is a substantial cost with the developer. We have, we've looked at all that. We have been questioned about the ability to do that. We've been out there with contractors.
I've seen y'all out there because I go down Cannon Road almost every day, so I know how narrow it is.
It is not going to be an easy project, but it can be done, and we're willing to do it.
And staff, do you have any comments? I mean, we heard this was a broker deal. Mr. Fournier, yes.
Yeah. To reiterate what my colleague Ricky Compton said, the administration is in support of the modification of this. We have worked with the developer on the modification as well as the the improvement to Canning Road to 20 feet in width from the two intersections that you mentioned. We went before the Parish Council. Cannon Road is now part of the Transportation Impact Fee Program. We can use transportation impact fees to modify the road and improve it. And we're working with the developer on that as well. I'll turn it over to Mr. Boucher if he has any comments.
No, sir, I think Mr. Fournier said it all.
Man knows when to shut up. All right, we'll open a public hearing on this. Ms. Stacy.
Teresa Robert.
This development, Windermir, was approved on January 13th, 2021. The planning and zoning meeting was virtual and held by Zoom, and it was a travesty. There were well over 25 people who spent a lot of time preparing themselves for their voices to be heard on the proposed development. The Zoom connection was horrible. People's calls were dropped, so their voices were never heard. Senior citizens couldn't figure out how to send an email or join the call. I invite people to go back and watch the travesty that unfolded YouTube, Ascension Parish Planning and Zoning, January 13th. There's no way this meeting should have proceeded the way it did. As a reminder, this development was proposed back in December of 2018 under the name of Amalfi Cove and was denied. We should have seen the same results for this proposed development on January 13. It is your utmost duty as commissioners to protect the safety and well-being of the people in and around this proposed development. Your original approval required 2 exits for this development. It would be negligent for you to allow them to only build 1 entrance exit access now. If there's an emergency, the residents would be trapped in and outside of the subdivision. I hear y'all say that all the time. I've watched it for the last few years, which you suggest yourselves. Now, just recently, an incident in Subdivision, a large tree fell across the road at this one accident Subdivision. If someone had had a medical emergency during this time, they could not have gotten the medical help needed. Luckily, no one was hurt, but the entire neighborhood was stuck in the subdivision with no access in or out until the tree was removed. What if there'd been a fire, a flood, someone had a heart attack or stroke? You cannot in good conscience believe this is safer for the people. You know the importance of having a second entrance exit access. The planning department and Mr. Jerome and them had a 50-person meeting at the St. Mark Church in that area. Over 50 residents turned out for that. And those residents want the 2 exits. They don't want the piece of that road just widened there. And they were supposed to vote on it, but they saw the vote wasn't there, so they didn't. Then there's the traffic study. It's interesting that the study shows the existing LOSD 30.04 to future LOS 31.3, existing LOSD to future LOS at the Roddy Road to 33.5, similar stats. It's just hard to believe that with an average of 200-car neighborhood, only going to change by average by a couple of cars during peak times. I would suggest to you listen to the neighbors in this neighborhood. They are the ones that live there, and I hope you will consider their wishes.
Ms. Robert, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
And I'll put your mic back on. So are you, let me stop your time so I can make sure your mic is on. Are you against widening Cannon Road beyond the limits?
No, indeed, I'm not against it.
Doesn't that go to the safety of the residents on Cannon Road?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
That's a
but
good
this
thing.
this neighborhood's being built right there in the middle of a subdivision down Black Bayou where there are a lot of neighbors and a lot of homes, and those citizens are going to be the most affected. So I'm looking
but
at
the
that.
subdivision was approved, so it's either going to be built the way that we initially approved it, or we're going to amend it to widen Cannon Road, not just to O'Neill Lane, but all the way to 44 with wider than what the parish requires. How is that a bad thing?
You know what, Matt? The bad thing isn't that you're going to do something or whatever. The bad thing is this is a community, and when people live in a certain area, their desires and wishes should be taken into consideration. Both of them are safety things. And when people live in there and you come out and you do a meeting, it was a farce. They had the meeting, people were adamantly opposed to it, and then they walk away and you're still going to do it. As we saw from the previous thing, you're going to vote the way you want to vote. I'm just expressing the sentiment of
the way,
people in
I
the
thi- I
area.
think you know
And they're
me-
both safety issues, and you continuously talk about needing and having 2 exits on all these new developments. I see them pushed on it all the time, and here we are, somewhere where the people didn't want it, it was done anyway. You put it as a part of the requirement, and now you're gonna turn around and take that little bit of safety away from them. It's a difference of opinion, you're right.
I agree that we can disagree, but I do agree that I didn't like the Zoom meeting at all, and I was against it, but we were forced to do it that way. Who's next, please? Ms.
Catherine
Stacy.
Gobble.
We really don't have a problem with manpower. What we have a problem is with willpower. I've seen the people in the parish work really hard to try to fix problems with drainage and culverts and things. But the problem we have is with willpower. We don't have the will to work on the problem. And we talk about the law and how we're going to follow the law, but we're not. There's little innuendos here, and there's politics going on. In the one you just passed, the attorney said, well, we told you in the letter, which they wouldn't let the people see either, that we would drop the lawsuit if you approved the development. That's politics. Okay, now we got the same thing going on here in this situation. You're going to approve it with one exit and entrance because you're getting a deal. It was said it was an appropriate deal. The problem with all these deals and compromises that y'all make is you forget about the people that are going to have to live this day in and day out. I really believe it's better to have 2 entrances and exits. And I think you do too, Mr. Pryor.
Actually, and I'm going to stop you, I do not, because I lived in a neighborhood where we had 2 entrances and exits, and every Christmas there would be a group of people dropped off about 2:30 in the morning. They'd go in one side, work their way, test every car that was parked out, and steal what they could and go out the other way. And there was no method of containing them.
Well,
so
I'm
I think in some cases it's good, in some cases it's bad.
Thank you for
and
for
not
listening.
everybody believes that, but I'll let you keep talking if you want. Who's next, please, Miss Stacy?
Lisa LaBeouf.
Miss LaBeouf? She's gone.
Willie LaBeouf. Eli Brooks.
Eli Brooks?
William Bryant.
Once again, I appreciate what y'all do here, especially a couple of brave men that voted no for the other one. Not really so. I'm really disappointed in that and you and your 2 cohorts. You know, something was brought up as an option just to look a little harder based on some study that some guesstimates were made on with the traffic study that affects me and other people. And you didn't even want to say, okay, let's be real and let's look at it. So, you know, I don't know. The letter of the law, you can get so far with that. I don't think that that's what helps you sleep at night by just barely skirting the letter of the law. Anyway, you know, I don't think anything I would say would change your mind. I come up here with an open mind. And in fact, you know, you ask that people be respectful and all that. And of all the people, I found you the most disrespectful. And with your sharp little attitudes and your little sarcasm and how you let Mr. DeLone go over time until somebody said something. But every other person, you could not wait to get that out your mouth, your over time. I really lost whatever respect you come into a place with open. And you can look at me like that all you want. Power corrupts, and y'all are corrupt.
Katrina Bonando.
Wasting my time because you're not going to listen and you don't care. It's very evident you don't care. And I hope something like this happens to you where you live. Then maybe you would understand. Why are we putting a moratorium in? What's the purpose of that? Because we don't have the infrastructure for all this building that you're doing. So we don't have it tomorrow, but we have it today? Does that make sense to you? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. We must do infrastructure first and then build. You know, we have a builder, which I think might have something to do with this. Developer in Ascension Parish still breaking rules aimed at stopping flooding, state says. Okay, they say they're going to do these things, but how many times has a developer walked away from a subdivision and didn't do what they said they were going to do? Almost every time. So they say they're going to do Cannon Road. I'll believe it when I see it. If they're going to do it first, and then consider building. How many schools have we put in that didn't have roads to support them? And then they do the roads while the kids are trying to get into school. What is the problem with you people? Do you not understand infrastructure should be done first? I'm not an engineer, but I have common sense. I don't think 3 of you do. So I hope you get some before you destroy this parish completely.
Patricia Pino.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Pino, and my property is near the Windermir subdivision. The meeting in January where you approved that subdivision was one of the worst things I've ever seen. It was just chaotic, and things brought up were just not correct. I think Mr. Murphy said drainage was discussed. At that meeting, it was not. I went back over it several times and I wrote my own minutes for it. Drainage was asked about 3 times, but it was never discussed. After 5 different attempts to pass it, 5 different motions, the subdivision was finally passed with conditions that the citizens did not know about beforehand, so we were not allowed to comment on them. Now you want to change things again. I don't know. The traffic study, I just don't agree with it. I don't see how adding 200 cars to this small area is not going to have a bigger impact. The drainage study, from what I gather, your drainage study just is concerned with the area of the subdivision. Does it look at areas nearby? My house is 1,000 feet from the edge of the subdivision. I already have drainage problems in the land next to me that I do own because of something that got messed up with the bayou already. This is just going to compound it. And when my house floods, it's not just going to be me fixing it. It's going to be finding somewhere else to go. It's going to be what happens to my cars, my kids' cars. It's going to be the decrease in value of my house because now it has flooded. Let me see. To tell you the truth, I really, about the road, expanding the road and getting that, I don't really trust this developer or the engineering company. The developer has done subdivisions elsewhere in the parish where the neighboring areas are having trouble flooding now. They're having a silt build up, all of these things. The engineering company has recently trespassed on several people's properties to survey this land. They went in my backyard, did not have permission. The man's lucky my dog didn't bite him because he's not the nicest dog. Just got lucky. Never know. But they're doing things already that show they're not worried. So I don't know that I can trust them to do what they're promising to do. You often say that your hands are tied because of the requirements, and people just need to turn in, if they have everything that's done, if all they need to do is turn in a checklist, why do we have a planning commission? You're supposed to use your reasoning and your common sense to help us.
Brenda Whitney.
This one hits home to me. I live on Cannon Road. I've been on Cannon Road since I was 10 years old. That's over 50 years. I will tell you, right now with Stevens Park, I can't hardly get out of my driveway if there's a ball tournament or if they have some kind of games going on. You're gonna put 200 more cars on the other end? I might as well, good thing I work from home because I'd never be able to get out or get back home. The road conditions are terrible. Harold Marchand wanted, when he was parish president, to improve Cannon Road. Unfortunately, his plan, along with Bill Rue at the time, was to widen it to the point where they would actually have had to relocate over 80 people, 80 families, because of what their plan was. How many families are going to have to be relocated for this 20 feet because y'all are still allowing building right up to the road? There are homes that are going to have to be destroyed to make these improvements. Who's paying for that? Are you paying for that? We are. Exactly. Not these guys. So think about those families because you got a road improvement. Okay, well, where's their improvement? Where's their quality of life? Not to mention the people like Tricia and the others that live on Black Bayou, because when you raise that land on the back side of the bayou, they already flood in some cases on Black Bayou Road. When that water comes up, I hope they got a boat because that's about the only hope they're going to have. There's no way this makes sense. And if you don't believe me, come out there, sit in my driveway in the morning and watch. You say you travel it all the time? You should know. It's ridiculous. And making this decision to approve this is also ridiculous.
Jace Tomplay.
Can we turn the Elmo on? I think you just, yeah, it's on.
So this is the property in question. Let me brighten up my screen here. 1 second. Hang on. Of course. There we go. All right. So drainage-wise, I don't understand what is done. So what's going to be done with the water that sits in that property? You know, you have hills and valleys on the property itself. So there's more water that sits in that property that stays there and retains it than I think these retention ponds are accounting for. If you look through this video right here, there's several spots in here you can see the water is all sitting within this property, all over it, from just about almost Cannon Road all the way back. But the floodplains show it way farther back towards the Black Bayou. Now, Chase also mentioned about going to Houston and they got all these retention areas. Well, our biggest problem is we're building these subdivisions in our retention areas, so we no longer have them. That's the biggest issue. Has anyone seen, this is Black Bayou right here, by Black Bayou Road. Has anyone seen this before? Do you know how much it floods there already? And we're trying to put even more water into this bayou that is currently sitting on this piece of property and retaining it to help prevent the rest of these properties around it from flooding right now. And what we're doing is we're taking that away, that retention area away. And it's going to put more water on all these residents who are already very, very close to flooding. And I have a house on 621, and I'm worried in 3 years from now, with all these developments along the river, my house is going to flood because I already have water surrounding it. And I have several other photos and videos of 621 that shows how high the water gets there. This here is the bridge on 621. All this was taken on June 6th. This is the new Dollar General that was built on the banks of the Black Bayou right there. And that area, that property where the Dollar General is, used to hold water. And now it doesn't because it's built up. Exactly what they do with subdivisions. Look at all this water here. Look at all these areas where it's holding water, right? On the sides, well, it's going to be even more water. And it's going to actually go into houses now because we're putting this development here and not considering the retention of all this water. I have more drone footage of all these areas. If anyone would like to see it, contact me. I'll be glad to show you.
Mark Taylor.
See it? All right, I would like to speak on the history of Danton Bruce Development Ascension and question why it seems as though they're able to find favor with this plan and zoning commission. First off, Oak Grove Townhomes built at Willow Lakes. It doesn't seem like it matters how many times my wonderful neighbor Miss Emmons comes up here to show you her lake before Danton Bruce came in and destroyed it. It doesn't seem like any one of you cares either. I felt compelled to speak on this matter after trying to see her revive a 3-foot-long catfish with a leaf blower because the mud and clay in the fish gills, the catfish didn't live. Where do you all think this mud goes? Look out, Jefferson Crossing, silt coming your way. And these drainage issues that were clearly known before this development was approved, which I showed the Parish Council on Tuesday. Of course, this body decided to approve the developer dedicating $100,000 to the Willow Lakes HOA to improve the road on Willow Lakes and the weir that drains to Highway 73 at Charleston Road. I know you all speak of science and studies. That decision was made using a proposal of solutions by McLean Taylor that says for discussion purposes only. Up here, solutions based on limited survey data and engineering assumptions of the Willow Lakes subdivision. In order to move forward with a solution with the Willow Lakes, we'd recommend Ascension Parish involvement and approval. The following is for discussion purposes only and not a final design. But y'all used it to decide that $100,000 was enough. Who came up with $100,000? Danton Bruce, their engineer, based on limited data for discussion purposes only. You dedicated the $100,000 and said that the HOA had to use this money. Willow Lakes don't own that. The HOA doesn't own that. You know who owns it? Ascension Parish. Ascension Parish owns that. So Willow Lakes can't fix that. And guess what? Guess who gets their $100,000 back after 2 years because we can't do the work? Danton Bruce wins again, don't they? So in summary, a Plan and Zoning Commission decision to overturn an appeal with an assist from District 7 Councilman Aaron Lawler allowed Danton Bruce to build their high-density residential development by taking credit for future improvements to a lake they do not own by promising money to an entity that is unable to do the work because they do not own the property. And the best part yet, because the work is unable to be completed by Willow Lakes HOA, Danton Bruce will be entitled to recover the proposed $100,000, leaving Willow Lakes residents holding a bag. A muddy mess of a lake with increased flood and drainage issues while Danton Bruce, pretty new townhomes, sit high and dry. Well played, Danton Bruce. Well played. So it doesn't seem like it always takes science and proper engineering studies for Danton Bruce to get their way. As it turns out, Willow Lakes is not the only controversial Danton Bruce development. Does Jamestown Crossing ring a bell? Narrow substandard roads. But again, Danton Bruce wins. Look at what's going on with Danton Bruce's new development. On Highway 42, according to residents there, that there's flooding in Rimwood that's never happened before. Where's all the silt going? Where are the silt fences at? Yet another clear example of violation of the Parish permit and EPA's Clean Water Act in the hands of Danton Bruce. Now here we are with Windermere with the COVID hearing technical difficulties. They got their 5 minutes. They got back to 5 minutes. Rebuttal period they didn't get. These people didn't even get a proper hearing. That's right.
Kelly Couture.
Good evening, again. I am here tonight to add my voice to the residents of Cannon Road regarding the request to change Windermere homes. The developers are requesting a major change from 2 roads to 1 for entering and exiting the subdivision. Their concession is that they will widen Cannon Road to 20 feet from its existing 18 feet. The residents were against the subdivision in the first place, where it was approved via a Zoom meeting on January 13th of this year, a meeting where multiple public speakers were denied their chance to speak due to technical difficulties. Not that anything they would have said would have made a difference when minds were made up before meetings are even held, but they were denied their voice. Some callers did get through and asked questions about drainage that were glossed over and never discussed. The developer held a meeting in May where many residents attended to voice their opposition to the change. But here we are. The developer is pushing the change because they do not want to build the entrance on Roddy Road. None of this matters to the residents of Cannon Road, who will be most affected by the additional traffic and adverse drainage implications. When will this committee, this council, begin to listen to the people who elected them to represent we the people? The residents of this area did not want the subdivision. Now they are being asked to accept a major change to it that will again further disrupt their quality of life. I am here tonight to ask you all to please do your due diligence and deny Proposition 12B. As I said earlier tonight, your rights end where mine begin. I have a question. What is the purpose of having a public hearing when it doesn't seem to matter what the public have to say or present? And if the developers want to make a change to their preliminary plat, you can guarantee it is because it's to their financial advantage, not to the parishes. They're not going to willingly lose money. So their purpose for wanting to do away with an entrance is got to be for their benefit, not the parishes. And do I have an answer on why we have a public hearing? I really would like to know. I'm new to this. I've only come to the meetings a few times. I'm getting involved. But I don't understand the purpose of a public hearing when nothing any of the public says matters.
It's mandated by law.
And I do want to
think
thank...
it's an improper assumption to say that nothing the public says matters. What people seem to be getting upset about is that some of us voted for what some of the public said here and not what an overwhelming majority of the people that are here said. But that doesn't mean it wasn't heard or wasn't considered or wasn't adopted. You can think what you want, but I've sat here and listened to everything that everybody has said tonight. And I listened to the DeLones too. And I listened to what the administration said, and we haven't even voted on this. So, and I think everybody here does. We take into consideration what the public has to say. If we don't vote the way you like, that doesn't mean we didn't take it into consideration or didn't hear it. I'm a lawyer. I go to court all the time. I've had judges listen to me and rule against me. I don't like it. I like it when they rule for me. But that's just the way things go. That's what our job is to do, is to consider these plats in relative to the law.
3 people wanted it and 50 people were against it.
Well,
it isn't a popularity vote.
It's not a popularity vote. And
It is, it's the people.
well,
Okay.
all right, ma'am, I answered your question when I'm not really required to, and your time is up, so thank you.
And I do want to thank Mr. Chisholm and Mr. Bernardo for,
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, your time is up, please. We'd like to move on.
Deborah Sutton.
I got a question.
So,
Jerome, I have a question to staff in hopes of clarifying the prior speaker. Who owns the weir in the subdivision in question over this?
It's my understanding, Mr. Dumas, that the weir itself is owned by the homeowners association, right?
Okay. I just want to make sure because the whole development process was to assist the homeowner association who owns the weir. It's not owned by the parish. Thank you.
what's your name, ma'am? It should be if you put your picture on it, yes.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go. This is May 18th. By the way, my name is Debbie Satoon. I am a recent owner of property along Black Bayou. My grandparents settled there in the 1830s. This is their house. It's never flooded. I don't know I'm going to be able to say the same thing 5 years from now, thanks to some of these decisions. Mr. Chairman, I too am dismayed at the behavior of these meetings, but I feel most of that behavior is from this side of the podium, not that one. I think your role is to protect taxpayers against substandard developments. And as a professional engineer, I will tell you Windermere has some significant safety issues. Your anecdote about one exit was balanced for me by a lady back in the back who left. She couldn't stay. She said she lived in a one-exit subdivision and she was constantly worried about emergency vehicles being able to access their neighborhood. There are drainage issues that are perplexing to me because as an engineer, I can't find the final elevations on the plat itself. There's a zero void space rule. And based on this whole map, I don't know how the developer is going to get enough fill to replace the void area that he's taking. I don't know how that's going to happen. I'm an engineer, and you don't have to be an engineer. All you need is common sense to know that the traffic from 100 homes is not going to be 19 left turns on whatever street the traffic study says. Finally, there are wetlands issues, and I think that without a Corps of Engineers, significant final determination, you really can't say whether this is going to meet state and federal laws or not. I'm here to say I'm disappointed in the parish's progress, the way meetings are handled. I'm used to more formal and more responsive government. As a new landowner here and a new taxpayer, I'm really disappointed in what we're getting for our money. And that's all I have to say.
Celia Carpenter.
Good evening. Can I have the projector, please? Okay. My name is Celia Carpenter, and I reside at 13188 George Rouillet Road, between Cannon Road and Black Bayou Road. I am in District 10. My council member is Dal Wagaspack. My family has owned this property, outlined here, since the early 70s. Between then and 2016, flood waters would only come up about 1/3 of the way, back here, and that was by backwater. In 2016, I flooded due to backwater. The swamp water crept into my home and sat there for days until it finally drained. We did not have flood insurance, as my home was not located in a flood zone. Now, according to the parish flood map, it is in a flood zone. It took until last year, specifically November 2020, to finish rebuilding our home. This is partly due to the Restore Louisiana program not allocating funds to SBA loan holders, which I'm sure some members of the audience are familiar with. The constant battles we face with SBA and Restore Louisiana took a huge toll on our family and finances. I am speaking out this evening to oppose item 12B, the approval of the major revision of Windermir Crossing Subdivision. According to the major subdivision preliminary plat major revision document, Section B states, the project drains to Black Bayou, located just to the north of the property. My property contains a large drainage ditch that is the beginning of a feeder canal for Black Bayou. As you can see here on the map, this ditch begins at Black Bayou Road, runs through all of my neighbors' properties, takes a 90-degree angle, less than 100 feet from my home here, back to the end of my property, takes another 90-degree into the end of my property and to Pee Wee Road. All rainwater east of George Rouillet between Black Bayou and Pee Wee drain through my property and into this ditch. The heavy rains in May of this year alerted us to potential flash flooding. Over time, our property has been draining slower and slower. Our ditch has been maintained by the parish only once since 2016, and that was thanks to Mr. Dempsey for making that happen in 2018. Although the ditch was cleaned, everything that was excavated was dumped into piles on my property since the large trucks could not drive through. It wasn't a big deal, we just dealt with it. I am concerned that the Windermir Crossing subdivision will lead to Black Bayou levels rising quickly, and our properties and my neighbors will not be able to drain appropriately. We already have concern for the backwater flooding from heavy rains. We cannot be fearful whenever a heavy rain occurs. Again, I am speaking out this evening in hopes that you all will oppose.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lauren McGrew.
My name is Lauren McGrew, and I'm winging this one too. I don't live in this area. I live in Dutchtown, but I felt like I needed to say something because I've lived here all my life, and I am very familiar with the area and the issues that they have. One egress in a neighborhood, especially one of that size, is a mistake. I mean, you can give whatever argument you want, but anyone who has ever had an issue, an emergent issue where they need law enforcement or emergency medical resources, I mean, at their homes, and you have an issue like Belle Savon, that contingency plan didn't work out, and they were flooded into their neighborhoods. I mean, no one could have gotten to them if anything had happened. However, I mean, it is what it is. Moving this to Cannon Road, you're going to be putting this road literally at people's doorsteps. You know, or do you really have the room to put the necessary shoulder and, you know, whatever you need so that emergency vehicles can pass and get into that neighborhood if someone needs help? You know, or you're more likely to get it on Roddy Road. I really don't think you're likely to get it on either, but I don't see this as being good. I mean, you say it's better because the parish is going to benefit from, you know, a widened road, you know, with somebody else chipping in a few dollars. But for the residents on Cannon, who, I mean, have staked so much of their time, their energy, their money, you know, their whole lives here, for new residents that are walking into something that they have no idea. They don't know anything about these problems, these people that are going to be coming in a few years and buying these homes. You know, you're allowing people to walk into something that's, I mean, it's just not good. It's not good any way you look at it. And another thing that I think you need to consider is that you widen this road, this area, these rural roads, were not made for this kind of development. So any kind of open traffic flow, you're inviting more traffic. You know, so you're going to be putting more cars on this road to block the one entrance for this big development. You know, by staying a step behind and not looking at the most current information, I mean, everybody's going to suffer for it. Thank you for your time.
Denise Drago.
Good afternoon again. But anyway, I just want to say that I think the subdivision got a shaft. I think it was the only subdivision ever that got approved during COVID. The people couldn't call in. You were trying to hello, and they would just, we can't hear them, next person, let's move on. And that wasn't fair. And I think all this is a big sham because y'all tell us, bring you proof. I brought you proof last time. That was a letter from the Louisiana DOTD, stating they do not accept any traffic studies, and y'all simply chose to ignore it. So it doesn't matter what we get up here and say. It doesn't matter what proof we bring you. Y'all just do not listen. But I can assure you, we have some recalls going on, and we're going to see a lot of change.
Dale Stafford.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Been a long night, right? My name's Dale Stafford. I live on Gravewall Sub Road, right there by Rodney and Cannon. I'm a stone's throw away from this Windermir Crossing. I'm very disappointed on how everything went down in January, where nobody had a say at all on the approval of the subdivision as far as the residents go or the people in the surrounding area. So it seemed like to us we're getting it shoved down our throat. Now we're up here talking about a road getting widened. Did a traffic study on Cannon. So you throw 200 more cars on Cannon Road between Roddy and Highway 44. Everybody leaves for work at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. What's going to happen at Cannon and 44? You going to put a red light there? You going to put a left turn lane? Take up half Advance's parking lot? What you going to do with the people's houses, like the lady said a minute ago, that the road's going to be on their doorstep, that have kids? So they're going to walk out their step right into the road, into a busy road. Just like everywhere else in Gonzales, if traffic's backed up here, what do? You're going to take a side road. What about O'Neill? What's going to happen to the traffic on O'Neill? Is that road wide enough? It's just about the same size as Cannon. It's not going to handle it. When is this going to stop? When do we stop building this parish? Why we cannot leave a single tree standing will blow my mind. For 40 years I've been here. And every blade of grass is getting cut down and getting a stinking house put on it. We're not Baton Rouge, and we don't want to be Baton Rouge.
Susan Jordan.
Good evening. I am here tonight to speak against the changes to Windermir Crossing. Windermere was originally planned with 2 entrances as required by our code. However, the roads off the entrances are too narrow to be safe, less than 18 feet. So at first, the developer was allowed to eliminate 1 entrance. And now a deal has been made with Danton Bruce to widen 1 road and only have 1 entrance. Anyone who's ever driven down Cannon Road or Roddy Road knows how narrow and dangerous these roads are. There's not even a center stripe line. Adding 103 houses with only 1 entrance is dangerous, and it's really absurd. In addition, when we have a heavy rain, there are drainage issues right now. What will happen when the people living in Windermere have an emergency and one of the entrances is blocked? Will it just be too bad for these people? The Zoom meeting on January 13th, when Windermere was approved, was a joke, in that no one in the public was allowed to be heard because calling in on the phone did not work. I know because I was one of many not allowed to speak that night. What happened to protecting the health, the safety, and the welfare of the citizens of Ascension? Have you lost sight of this goal? I would think this would be the most important goal. Once more, our elected, or in this case appointed, officials are trying to vote against the people who elected the council that appointed you. I think that's correct. What a sad day for the good people of Ascension.
Tim Babin.
Again. So, have y'all seen the recurring theme? We have Zoom meetings you can't go to. We got traffic reports that are done at the wrong time. We got people, there might be a legal case on this, and no one is taking this at all serious. Then we have this. They say, oh, it's going to be 200 cars. Once those people have kids, those people bringing in kids, there's going to be 400 cars, and it ain't going to be long. And then there's going to be more cars there because there's people going down this traffic because it's better roads now, better than the ones they were traveling. Okay? Now I look at Mr. Chasson here, and I'm thinking, this man has common sense. He asked the greatest questions over here in the previous vote. Okay? Nobody else is asking nothing. He's asking. Y'all have a duty not just to go by the laws, but also to use judgment with those laws, along with the master plan that says y'all are supposed to protect us. If y'all are going to be approving two of these things, and you know, I didn't realize that when now you can't have two entrances because it brings crime in now at Christmas time. I just want to let y'all know, okay? I cannot believe, let me talk. I cannot believe that I heard that. It brings in crime. Listen, all you got to do is be alive. That brings in crime these days because everybody wanting to do it. We need to do what's right, not because it might happen to bring in crime or whatever. Your judgment, because you were appointed, and not only that, y'all wanted to be appointed, y'all's judgment is what we need. But we're not getting that when you have person after person after person coming up here having sad stories. Can you absolutely tell me that you're going to approve something after hearing all these stories? There's women here crying about it because they are not wanting to get water in their house again. Okay? And we hear it over and over and over again. What is wrong with someone that doesn't have the empathy to say, look, let's put on the brakes for a little while. Let's just see what we can do. I love the DeLone family. They're great people. And I think that they should have the right to do what they want to do with their land. But we also need to make sure that we're not hurting other people by approving this. They don't care. That's it. Don't care.
Randy Claymore. Marcus Bardwell.
There you go, he's going.
Rebecca Mobile.
So I think everybody realizes that the subdivision's already been approved, and you're just asking us to pick one of the two choices, which we feel like that's neither one of them are good options, because we need two exits for the safety. And I know you said about the thief, and that's your opinion, but the life of people is more important than the thieves, somebody stealing their possessions. It's wrong to not have two exits. That's the safety of the people. But it's also wrong to have substandard roads, which they, in that crazy meeting, which we all felt like we were robbed of your attention and you guys understanding, not even just us talking, because I realize that doesn't change what you're going to vote on. But even you guys were confused during that meeting. We've looked at it several times. It was very confusing. We feel like we were robbed of y'all really taking into consideration what this subdivision needed. Y'all approved it with one block of that road, substandard road, being increased to 18 feet. It was at 18 feet? One block, and that made that whole road not substandard. So it was exiting on a bad road with two exits, and now you're trying to tell us that we can't have two exits, but they'll go ahead and make the one really bad substandard road not substandard. So you're not giving us a choice here. I think what should happen is they should fix the road, and they should have two exits. And if they can't do what's good for the safety of the people, then they should just drop it and not do it.
I don't think we should have to pick. I don't think they should get to build a subdivision just so we can have one road fixed to 20 feet. And it doesn't have shoulders, which is still a safety, that's a bad safety factor. You're gonna go from middle of the ditch to middle of the ditch. So when my wheel goes off, it's not going down a slope, it's going down like a cliff. You know, it will be dangerous. And we have bikers, we have walkers. We have those bad roads on Black Bayou Road with the cliff off, just like we're getting ready to do at this one. And we've had people die riding bikes, falling off, and getting killed. It's a safety factor. And I know you've approved it, but I really think y'all need to think about what you did. Because I don't approve one exit.
Denise Emmons.
No, that was the first one.
You have both. Michael Mason.
Councilman?
How y'all doing tonight? I'm glad to be on this side tonight for once. So I know this is already passed, and I know that you guys are having a tough decision tonight, and I definitely don't envy you right now. And I don't really have an opinion either way, because I think it's kind of we're between a rock and a hard place, to be honest with you. So all I ask is whatever you guys do tonight, can we at least try to get the infrastructure done first? That's, I think, is a maybe compromise. I don't know. I mean, this is a tough decision. Yeah. I know it was, yes, I know it was discussed in the January meeting, so I would like that to be part of it, whatever you guys decide tonight. Can we at least try to just have the infrastructure done first so we can prepare for the subdivision and let the people around there adjust to what the road's gonna look like, whether it's Cannon or whether it's Cannon and Roddy, where the entrance exits, whatever you guys decide, just, that's kind of my request. And Mr. Pryor, was listening on the way over here, and I heard you earlier say that, you guys do have to pass the laws that we make, and I agree with you, you do, and that's why we have the moratorium now. That's why we passed the moratorium, so we can try to fix those laws. So I hope we can get you guys support and your guys' help, because you guys deal with these laws every day. So we would love to hear your input as part of this. So thank you guys so much for doing what you do. It's not an easy job spending late nights up here at the dais, I know. So thank y'all very much, and I hope y'all just take that hard decision in mind. Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right, we'll close the public hearing on this. Any questions, comments, and/or a motion?
Mr. Pryor.
Yes, Mr. Murphy. Before you, Aaron.
Yes,
Mr. Murphy, you can come back.
Infrastructure first. That's exactly what we're planning on doing. The road,
Hold on, your mic's on. Okay, you're good.
or the 20-foot option is to be finished and completed prior to the final plat coming back in front of this commission with the subdivision. So it will be in place. We're not trying to do a subdivision and then come back after the fact and do the improvements to the infrastructure. The developer is willing to do either what was approved in January or the new submittal. We came there in January, the original
The new submittal was after discussions with the administration and with the parish planning department.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
So you didn't have to do that.
No, sir.
And that was a deal that was brokered by the administration, the parish president, and the planning department, which is under his auspice.
Yes. So we thought that this was a better plan for the citizens of the area. We're approved, we could do either one. What we came back to y'all with in January was a single access off of Roddy with a restricted access on the Roddy, and that's what this commission didn't like and required the Cannon Road connection, which stipulated 18 feet. The single entrance, historically, many subdivisions have been approved by this commission with a single entrance. I know it is not ideal in most cases, but a lot of cases there's no way you can have the second entrance. In this case, the reason we are able to go to Roddy Road is because that is an adjacent piece of property that could be purchased. It is not part of the overall first piece. And in fact, on site, the wetlands that you see there are non-jurisdictional wetlands that was determined by the Corps, and the only wetlands that we would have to mitigate per se is for the connection to Roddy Road, while the on-site is non-jurisdictional. So again, we understand that either option, we have to improve Cannon Road first. We are approved to do the original, and it's up to this commission tonight whether y'all want to build what was approved in January or this new one. And I appreciate tonight your consideration, either or, as is. Thank you.
Mr. Chasson.
Yeah, so just a couple of things, and I'll try to be brief this time, and I know you can laugh about that if you want. So if we go with the revision, you're willing to agree to the stipulation that all infrastructure improvements, including the Cannon Road to Highway 44 at 20 feet, is to be done prior to final plat approval?
Absolutely.
And I know, just so you know, I know everybody up here, none of us were happy with the January meeting. It was awful, and we all know and acknowledge that. We don't have the option to revoke the plat. So like everyone said, it's two choices, and they're both honestly bad choices. Originally, when Windermere was up, the motion I made was the approval with both entrances and widening all the way to 44. And that's really the only good option here. Widen to O'Neill is ridiculous, just like the Jamestown is ridiculous. Go drive 930. It makes no sense to just widen that little stretch. But on the issue with the two entrances versus one entrance, every principle of good planning requires two entrances, street connectivity, safety issues. And yes, this commission has approved single entrances before, and I've railed against it every time. The master plan and our LDC says that, promotes street connectivity and multiple entrances. One of the reasons we have such bad traffic here is because we don't have a street grid, because streets don't go anywhere. They all go into a neighborhood and stop. So, but the choice we have, and I don't know which one's the better one, is choice A, which is one entrance with a better road on Cannon, or two entrances with half a decent road. But I don't know that I like the precedent of saying we'll do two entrances and then leave it up to negotiate to say we'll abandon one principle in our code by getting rid of one entrance to then agree to widen, to let someone pay off to widen the road longer. I don't know that that's necessarily a better choice either, but it might be the better option. But I don't know that I like the look of trading off one entrance for one extra block of road.
You'll be after
and
Julio.
That's it. I just wanted to say my piece.
Mr. Dumas?
The sliver of land that was available to connect to Roddy, in my opinion, was too close to the bridge over the bayou. It presented to me a concern over the line of sights, which is why I had an issue with it. While I would have loved to have had two entrances, the reality of it is that I think it would have been a dangerous entrance for anybody coming out of the subdivision for southbound traffic on Roddy. They would have never seen that traffic oncoming because of the line of sights there. So I argued, to just have the one entrance. And I proposed that we try to extend the widening of Cannon as far as the petitioner was willing to do. So I'm perfectly comfortable with the amendment that the parish president has negotiated. And I think it's an improvement to the development. So I'll make the motion to approve this revised master plan with the condition that Cannon Road be widened prior to the final plat of Windermere be before the Planning Commission.
Did you want to say something, Ken?
Well, it's all right.
Go, please.
Okay, well. No, you got to use another mic.
No, I got you. Your mic is hot right
I
there.
have no button to press.
No, your mic is hot right there.
Okay, all right. No, I agree with pretty much what everyone said about two entrances. I've been a proponent of two entrances, but what I've learned over the 4 years I've been doing this, a lot of subdivisions don't care for having a second entrance for some of the reasons that Matt Pryor mentioned. Well, I'm serious. I know in Baton Rouge, when we used to live there, that was proposed a back entrance, and everyone voted it out. And on 42, we had a little project, was it last year? It was going between two smaller subdivisions, and it was all be connected. And they all showed, like you did tonight, all showed up in mass. None of them wanted connectivity to the subdivision. So we left it with 3 one-entrance subdivisions instead of any connectivity. And most people don't care for that second entrance. I've made it known to staff and that I really wanted 2 entrances. I wanted a right in, right out on Roddy Road and on Cannon. But as a former truck driver, I used to drive a garbage truck, I'm humbled to say, way back. And on Cannon Road, when I passed a school bus or a dump truck, I'm serious. I had to slow down and hang my outside rear tire. You know, it's a double axle truck. You had to hang the outside tire off the blacktop, pull in your West Coast mirror, and the bus or dump truck had to do the same thing, and we'd have a conversation in the middle of the road and we could shake hands. It was terrible. So what I want more than 2 entrances is a safer road on Cannon Road. Not only for this subdivision, but for the people that travel Cannon Road. And I had a question for, I don't know if it's staff or Mr. Murphy, is the 20-foot proposal, is that going to be using existing right-of-way, or does any right-of-way have to be purchased? It's going to be existing right-of-way. Just existing right-of-way. Okay. So we have enough room for the ditches, or is that going to be underground drainage, or one of them? Ditches. Okay. Okay. All right, so with that, I'll second your motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Dumas to accept the amendment, a second by Mr. Furman. Voting is open.
Where do I vote?
All right. The votes are 3-2 in favor, so the motion carries.
So move.
Yeah, second.
All right, and the final item is motion to adjourn. Motion, meeting adjourned.